Well, I'll look at it this way. I mean, technically our marriage is saved. Well, this calls for a toast, so pour the champagne. Oh, well, in fact, well, I'll look at it this way. I mean, technically our marriage is saved. Well, this calls for a toast, so pour the champagne, pour the champagne.
What is up, kinky fuckers of Twitch? Hello, hello, hello. It is a lot of Windows because we are going to try something new. And we have we want to continue our goal of educating folks and getting things on the track or back on the track that we originally were on. So we are trying something a little new tonight. Holy cow, more Windows coming in. I love it. Love it, I love it, I love it. So we're going to give you, I'm going to give you a little bit of an introduction of myself and the plan for tonight and etc. And then I will introduce the two ladies in the top left of the giant ball of Windows, as they'll be helping me educate here tonight. And then also what we're going to start doing, actually, I might as well explain this now. Our Discord exists. If you're not familiar with it, stlbells.com/link, stlbells.com/link has all of our appropriate info in there, including OnlyPans, things like that. But most importantly for this discussion tonight, it has our Discord invite link. Now, if you were here tonight and you were not a member of our Discord and you want to be, you have any issues with the verification, we do also have people here to help you get through that verification. Because what we are going to do is start a conversation here, give you a big picture for the topics, and then we will, after we do our raid, we will have our educators that are back in Discord to do a bit of a deeper dive into said topic. And that way, each time you guys are here, you know, we obviously with the podcast, with us being able to interact with you and do the things, we can't always get as deep as we want. So, by allowing you guys to go back to Discord, you can get more information on a topic. And that way, also, we're not spending 30 podcasts on one topic, which some of these topics, even tonight's big one, which I'll let them introduce, you could spend hours and days upon, truly. We want to give you the big picture here, and then holy crap, it got bigger. We want to give you the big picture here, and then go for the deeper information there in Discord. Also, if you guys are noticing the big window, obviously with people other than the educators in there, that is people on our Discord. And when we open this up to questions later, if they do want to pop on video or just voice, we're going to let them do that. So if you join our Discord, you could also be one of these lovely people in the big window. I will warn you guys in advance that this is a new we're trying this format for the first time tonight, so there might be some not roadblocks. There might be some bumps, some potholes, some errors. So just bear with us a little bit on that. We're going to do the best we can, but we want to do all that we can. So for those of you who are just tuning in for the first time ever, for those of you who don't know, I am Beast. This is Alice Rose Bell. We are part of a polyamorous family, a collective, if you will, aka Beast and the Bells. I have approximately 20 years in this lifestyle, 19 and a half technically, if you want to cut it off the 18 point, so I'm right there. Yes, and don't worry, I will pop out the two with video. Like, as things are appropriate, I will pop out people's windows. Don't worry. At least I'm going to try. I used to run events here in the St. Louis area, the Midwest, prior to that scene having some issues. Did education, was heavily involved in TNG. So I have a background in that. I also am, for those of you who care, CPR certified, first aid certified, etc. Alice was heavily involved in the various Texas scenes for almost 7 years. So she also has experience in polyamory and kink well prior to our relationship. And we're probably going to need to get a ring light over here for us, baby, because we're getting a little dark already as the sunlight dwindles into the sky. So yeah, so that is us. And for those of you who just to touch on it very briefly, I will say that because of some things we have going on, we are going to start being a little less public with certain aspects of our relationship. We are here to educate you and give you as much information as possible. But at the end of the day, I will say, for those of you who've been watching us for a while, the safety of our... Oh, that's way too bright, or it's at the wrong angle, but we'll try it. The safety of... Yeah, see if that works. The safety of our partners and our family is paramount. And although we are here to be advocates for you, educators for you, and support you, obviously we still need to keep ourselves safe, my son safe, and etc. So we will be slightly more mum about certain things. If there's things that we need to be... Now it's too bright. If there's things that we need to discuss, we will. But that'll be on our terms, just so you guys all know. So, yeah, it's somebody said, oh my God, she turned on the sun. Now it's nothing. Now you can't. That's, we'll try it there. Let's see how that works. That's too much. Now I have a shine on my head. All right. While we fuck with these lights here for a minute, let me go ahead and pop out our educators for this evening. First of all, Tent Corn right there. Boom.
Hello.
Go ahead and give me a mic check there, Tent.
Can you hear me?
Hold on. Talk again.
Hello, hello.
Try again.
Hello, pumpkin.
All right, there we go. Just try it. I've got the desktop audio maxed, so hopefully that will work. Guys, if you end up, okay, perfect. Jag can hear you. Great. So,
Awesome.
if you guys have an audio problem tonight, bear with us, but please let me know so I can adjust as we go. Anyway, Tentacorn, please introduce yourself, your background, what you do on the server, and then go ahead and if you want to give them the topic we're talking about tonight,
Gotcha.
and then we'll introduce our other lovely educator, and we'll get this thing rolling.
So, hello everybody. I am Tentacorn. People on the server know me as Nala. Tentacorn is a really long story at the end of the day. I really like octopus. Octopus. Okay. I have been in the lifestyle for about 11 years. I am a slave, submissive with little tendencies. On the server, I am a moderator. So basically, if there's a decision that needs to be made with either a server issue or a member issue, you're gonna end up coming to me. I've been in the server for about 6 months. Absolutely love it here. I love being able to educate people. I've done a couple of classes at this point, and today's topic is one of my favorites. It is consent. Consent, consent, consent. Consent does not just mean in the lifestyle, it means in life in general. So I'm super excited to really dig into that here, and then even further in the actual Discord. You'll see me look down every now and then. It's because I have you all pulled up on my phone so I can see if you all are typing. So I do apologize. So that's all I have to say at the moment. If you have any questions, feel free to go ahead and ask me. I might be able to turn my mic up. Give me just a moment.
Yeah, you guys might want to turn your volume up because I mean your levels on my screen are where it's. I can hear you, and my headphones aren't even on my head. Mm-hmm. And on my OBS, it's hitting you right at red. By the way, Ragin, thank you for the subscription. By the way, appreciate you.
Cajun.
Ragin Cajun. I think RX stands for Ragin. Sorry, Cajun. But
I just turned it all the way up, so I hope I don't blast any drums out.
Yeah, see now you're
awesome.
I'm gonna try to find the balance here because I want people to be able to hear you, but also like just then you were fucking toast all the way in the red, so I don't want to blow other people out. So
let's do this.
All right, so you did your whole introduction. All right, now let me try this. Cat, yay!
Hi.
Give me a check.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Okay, you're right beneath the red, so hopefully that's good. We'll go ahead and roll with it.
Okay. Hi, I'm Kat. I'm still relatively new to the lifestyle, honestly. Like, I'm about a year-ish in research only, and like, so it's complicated. I am a sub brat. What else am I? Rope bunny for sure. I'm still discovering myself. I'm here to give a really newbie perspective to everything. And again, like I said, we're learning about consent, and consent is so very key. And it's really good to get a foundation on consent first before really anything. So if you have any questions, I'm always on Discord, or I'll be on Twitch chat too. I'm Fangirl Life in there. So if you see me, say hi.
Perfect. All right, let me go back to our big thank you so much for that. Let me go back to, wait, how do I do that now? Crap. Aha! All right, cool. Now they can see everybody again. All right, so first of all, like she said, I want to touch on that. So one thing that we want to give you guys with this educational overview, like she said, she is newer. Obviously, I have a level of experience, and Alice has her level of experience, so is Tenta. The nice thing about this is, and one thing we want to tell you, and Tenacorn, I think, can attest to this too, that we stress this in our Discord also. We're going to give you as much information as we can. And we are going to never gatekeep you as regards to what your kinks are, what your preferences are, as long as you fit within.
Look at them, they're cuddling.
They're adorable. As long as they fit within, obviously, the, like consensual, which, ironic, we're talking about that tonight. But otherwise, if it's your kink and it's consensual, cool. That's awesome, right? That's valid. Doesn't matter what it is. We're going to get more into that. But one thing we say a lot in the Discord, and we want to say here, we're not infallible, okay? We have relationships that come and go. We make mistakes. We do not know everything. And even if I'm in this lifestyle for another 30 or 40 fucking years, I am not, nor is anybody else ever going to know everything about this lifestyle. So take everything with a little bit of a grain of salt and do your own research. I cannot impress enough that for your safety in this lifestyle, for your understanding of this lifestyle, you have got to do your own research. You have got to identify yourself. This is, Nala, you weren't here. Well, Kat, I don't know, Kat, if you were either, in our last two when we started really talking about getting started in this lifestyle, but I want to reiterate it again. You are responsible for your own destiny. Yes, we need to expect people to obey consent. Yes, we need to expect people to understand safe words. That being said, you need to know if something is not okay. You also need to be aware of your potential triggers, your potential mentality. You need to have a general guideline, because here's the thing. You need to know what you're consenting to. And we're going to get into that. But just again, please, I cannot tell you enough that whether it's myself or another educator, and I don't care how much experience that person has, we all know there's people out there who claim to be educators who are here for the wrong reason. Let's make sure that you take the information we give you and then you grow upon it with your own knowledge. I'm not trying to give you homework, but all of us have gone to some kind of school, and we never learn everything in the classroom. Okay? And the minute you stop learning also, you're dead. Okay? If you ever think you're done learning, you have given up. And if anybody ever tells you that they know everything about this lifestyle, that's a red fucking flag. And you need to go away. Okay? That being said, Nala, I'm going to let you start us off. By the way, guys, obviously, please do interact when you can. Post your questions in the chat. We will open it up to voice later for the people in the Discord. We do have fun sound effects for you to play and stickers to slap and subscriptions. We do have the subscription goal. We're trying to get to 2,000 subscriptions. If we do, Kinky Fuckers are going on the road, and we're going to do in-person education, COVID safe, on the West Coast. So if you want to help that happen, please do feel free to contribute. Or if you just like what we're doing here, if you like what Nala's saying or Kat's saying, or you just like what we do, subscribe, please. And if you guys get us a hype train going, we do love our hype trains. That's awesome. All right. Now, Nala, I'm going to pop you back out and let you start this shindig.
My fondness.
I'm sorry?
I said my fondness.
Yes. And I'll let you kind of get into it, and I'll probably interject as you go, but I'm really excited to have you and Kat on, and I'm excited to be able to do this back and forth with Discord also. So I want to let you take the reins a little bit.
So basically, before I do get started, I do want to go ahead and reiterate what he had said. Like, at the end of the day, we can give you every tool in the book, get you a nice little community lifestyle tool chest set up. But it's going to be up to you to really kind of dig down deeper. If you find something that you really like, go and research it. Go do some educational classes. There's so much out there that you can kind of build on. So we're just kind of here to give you a foundation and to answer questions. But, just wrapping it up. Today, as I said, we are discussing consent. And quite frankly, when it comes to consent, a lot of the time people don't really necessarily know entirely what it does mean. So I was able to pull up the definition. I'm going to have to pull you all over here. By definition, consent is when a participant gives a permission for certain acts or types of relationships. So when it comes to consent, you can't just rely on your partner to say no or to say a word, or like if they stop enjoying it. You really have to kind of minimize that pressure for both you and your partner. And by doing that, you'll be more confident in being consensual with that person. So, first question is, how can you do that? There's so many mixed messages that we've gotten when you're growing up. You're told one thing and then it's another. And it ends up to a lot of problems to where you're confused. When you're consenting with someone, you want to make sure that you're reassuring that other person that you really don't want them to do something they don't enjoy. So, avoiding making suggestions in specifically kink or sex should not involve. Doesn't always have to involve like pain or trying to censor myself, genitalia, or the big O, or even like fancy outfits.
What? You're good. Oh.
I was like, things kind of went wonky. So, that is what consent is. Go ahead, Kat.
And I just want to touch on that. Consent is not coerced. Consent is free, is not something you can't be like, are you sure? Are you really sure you're sure? Are you positive? Because that's not truly giving consent. That is coerced. And, consent should be a clear, yes, I want to do this, not a eh. If it's an eh, it's not a yes.
You cannot give your consent if you do not know what you're consenting to. So if somebody came up to me and said, hey, I want to, let's just say I'm playing stupid here, I want to take you out on the road and walk you down the street. Trying to think.
Careful with TOS, by the way. Don't get too descriptive. Just
freeze a J-bed, okay? If I'm sitting here
you
going,
can say naked. We just can't describe like physical sex acts. I think just we don't want to get banned. Which, by the way, reminder for everybody in the stream: this is an 18 and up stream. If you are offended by 18 and up things, including open, fair, educational discussion of LGBTQ, polyamory, kink, or otherwise, this is not the stream for you. Sorry, go ahead.
but if I don't know what in the blazing hell they're talking about, how do they expect me to give my consent? Oh, yeah, that's completely fine. No, that's not fine. It's not fine. There's something that we're going to go into. It's called RAC, and it's risk aware. We'll get further deep into that as things kind of progress. But for the foundational piece, consent, if you don't know what the hell they're talking about, don't fucking do it. It's a trap. It's a big, massive red flag if they're not even willing to explain it to you.
And that's one thing I want to stress on that because I want to clarify. I want to stress on what you just said. And I also want to clarify also what Kat said. So consent obviously cannot be coerced. However, you do want to check in, even if you have an excited yes. You want to make sure that they do understand, saying "are you sure" or otherwise in regards to making sure that they understand what they're consenting to is important. This also then ties back to the fact of you also having some knowledge yourself, because let me clarify, because it's always a favorite topic when it comes to Alice and I, because we do breath play, obviously, and we've caught enough our fair share of shit for that. So let's use breath play as an example. We do a manual, i.e. hand, right? blood-oriented choke. And we specify what our background is, what our knowledge is, our safety procedures we have in place, and how long it's going to happen. Okay? That is something we discuss when we educate. It's something we discuss before we ever engage in that type of play with somebody. On the other hand, if somebody just said, do you consent to breath play? That's another thing, because they're not explaining what type of breath play there is. And there are multiple types. And all of them, if they're done safely with the right precautions, can be okay. Whether it be manual, whether it be, don't choke me. Whether it be manual, whether it be with
I can't even get
some
my hands
form
around
of
your throat.
with some form of strap or otherwise, whether it be with other forms. All breath play it's going to range that gap between SSC and RAC, but as long as it's discussed beforehand and they have the right safety precautions in place, that's fine. Okay. Now, the one that I would strongly suggest against, obviously, and I want to get into this just because we're going to drive this point home. Breath play is not autoerotic. Okay, that is not breath play. There is not a I'm sorry to say that, and I'm not here to shame anybody's kink, but there's not a safe way to do that. There's just not. That is not, unless you have a spotter or something, I guess, but realistically, that is not something that you should engage in. And also to clarify too, for those of you who go, oh, well, I heard about so-and-so died in his closet. Okay, that's because that's not breath play. That is somebody by themselves doing something unsafe. So if you hear breath play, whether you're exploring it or not, whoever you're going to explore it with, make sure they explain to you what it is. Whether it's hand, belt, bag, fucking putting you in an enclosed fucking thing with a tube, whatever, okay? Thank you. Putting you in a vacuum bag, I don't know, whatever the fuck. I mean, whatever your kink is. You know, look, if you want to vacuum seal a fucking Barbie dream house and put your head in there for a little bit, and that's your kink, as long as it's done safely and it's consensual, that's fine.
Ooh, how'd you know?
Now, are you scared or is that excitement? Are you like, yeah, give me that Barbie dream house?
I'm gonna get Barbie dream house finally.
But make sure that you understand it. And then make sure that you've addressed, and whether you're on either side of that equation, and make sure you've discussed it. Case in point, if you say I'm going to do a manual thing, let them know that, hey, as soon as you start to pass out, I'm going to let off. Or that if you're going to do something with a belt, that you're going to take certain safety precautions, X, Y, Z. If you're going to do a bag or something in that regard, hey, this is what we're going to do, but it's going to be for this amount of time, and just fucking line it out every step of the way. And if your partner does not do that, then you cannot consent to that.
And Juggernaut here kind of sums it up really nicely. Those check-ins are absolutely paramount. Making sure that you are checking in. I mean, at the end of the day, you should know, if you've played with your partner well enough, you'll start to see the signs of like, okay, something's off. But checking in, like, hey, are you good? Are we good to continue? Super paramount.
Yes. Also, to clarify, because you already started to touch on rack, and we'll get back into this more depending on. I want to pop the video out back too, because like poor Cat's just hidden there in the corner. Hold on. Now you're both kind of hidden in the corner, but at least they can see both of you. It's not just the Nala show.
I could stare at Nala for hours, though.
I'm not complaining. I'm just saying that you're both here. I want to make it fair. Because we talked about rack too, also understand that consent and safe words go hand in hand. And that's, again, part of your negotiation of what you're consenting to. Even if you're going into, and Nala or Kat, if you want to delve deeper into this, that's great. I know you guys are going to get into it more in the Discord, but Clammy, thank you for the subscription. If you want to engage in consensual non-consent, the key word of CNC is that first one, consensual, which means you or they are consenting to giving up consent. In other words, I'm consenting to the fact that I might say no. I might say stop. I might say etc. Because in this scene, in this situation, and that the only time that this is going to stop is yellow as a pause or a check-in or something's wrong, or a red, hard stop. Okay? That is something you need to negotiate. We've discussed this the last 2 times we've done this. Make sure you know your safe words. I know that we joke sometimes that, Margaret Thatcher and pineapple and all these other fun safe words, but especially if you're getting started, I cannot stress enough. And we use it in our Discord. We use it for simple things. Green, yellow, and red is the simplest thing. Not to mention the fact, if you've ever seen Eurotrip, the last thing you want is to be in a situation where you need something to stop and go, fuck, what's my safe word? Or how do I pronounce Glugen, Flugen, Schlugel? Right? Okay? Green, yellow, and red, we've learned it from the time we were children. Green means go, yellow means slow down, unless you were my grandmother, and that meant go like hell to beat the red light. And then red. Well, that's also my rule when I'm driving, but not when it comes to kink. And then red means stop. It's the easiest to remember. If you want to build from that, that's fine. Especially because in a case of CNC, from my experience with Alice, and I don't think you've ever actually safe worded, to be honest. But in a CNC scene with Alice, I wouldn't see her yellowing. But again, if you do green, yellow, red, it's just the safest way to do it. And then also, by the way, if you guys are looking at something, if you're watching content, if you're learning, and you're getting into kink, that's something that you should look for too in your porn. Hey, or like God, if you're on FetLife, there's a shit ton of videos on FetLife. Look for that. If you see somebody on FetLife who's like screaming red in the video and something's not stopping, that's something to be concerned with.
In your intimate video.
In your intimate video time with yourself and your...
Let's not use the P.
In the good time where you fondle yourself.
No, don't say no. You can't say that. I don't think you say the F word in that way. Knuckle dust your fist pump.
Let me just say, when I was
fucking big mouth.
When I was first started learning, the first thing I fucking taught myself was safe words. And, I familiarized myself with the whole traffic light system. I've seen Repairman. He has a extended traffic light system where it's there's the cyan magenta and something else for mental stuff. And, if you don't have a way to stop consent, it's not right. Don't fall for the guys and gals and the non-binary pals who are I don't believe in safe words. Everyone has a safe word. That is a fucking red flag.
Literally,
you should have early. Go ahead, Alice. Sorry.
Your safe word can literally be anything under the sun that you are going to remember. If you're going to remember kumquat,
that's mine.
Imagine you are in the middle of having some serious fun and you hear the word kumquat. What's the first thing you're going to do? You're going to go, what the fuck? And stop. That is the point of a safe word.
I mean, technically your safe word can be no, but negotiate that.
Exactly. It needs to be known. You can't just make up a random word in the middle of the heat of the moment.
Yeah, my safe word is Mother Teresa.
Mine is supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. I'm so loud, by the way.
And also, a Juggernaut makes a valid point also. Drop objects are also great, especially if you were in some kind of gag. Now, technically, trust me, I can still understand yellow or red. Even with a gag, I can still hear you saying red. Red. Okay, but still.
Okay. Hold on.
Drop off.
Chaos.
What?
There's a huge difference between you putting your fist in your mouth and
Chaos. Reign of Chaos has a very good question.
I meant I do want to get to that.
Okay.
But yes, drop objects are also good. Or if you can snap, if you're gagged or whatever, and you want to say that one snap is a yellow and two's a red, I'm not a huge fan of snaps just because if you're sweaty and otherwise, like you can kind of whatever. It's why I think if you're not going to use verbal or if you need a backup that a drop, like they said, a drop bell, something that makes a clang is good. Preferably not something breakable. You don't want that. Don't like hold a piece of glass. Yeah, it would stop things, but then there's other things involved.
Exactly.
And then Rain, to answer your question, I believe that yes, a dominant needs a safe word too, although I think it's a little different. Because here's my thing is that I would have it there where if my partner just wasn't getting it. But typically from my experiences, if I start to pull back or otherwise, it's pretty noticeable where I wouldn't need it. But yes, of course, I have that too. That yes, if there's something wrong, or I feel like there's a situation, I have the ability to call red 100%, and you need to make sure that your sub or your switch or your partner understands that. The reason why we so often focus on submissives having a safe word, or I shouldn't say submissives in general, I should say bottoms. Like if you're on the bottom of a scene, if you're on that part of the scene, why we specify so much of a safe word for them is because, case in point, if Alice is in bondage up against the wall and I'm using a flogger or an implement and she needs me to slow down or stop, yellow or red. If I need to slow down or stop, I can just stop swinging the fucking flogger. Now, mind you, that's a very broad explanation, but that is more, it's not that a dom might not need one. It's not that it shouldn't be discussed, but that is why typically when we educate, we focus on one side of the equation. Because again, if I'm swinging this, I can go, nope, let's stop, let's remove you from bondage, let's have a conversation. You know, so it doesn't matter. Yes, 100% doesn't matter your role. Everyone should have a safe word, but we lean heavier on the education side because of the power dynamic at play once rules and negotiations have been established, if that makes sense.
I do just want to point out a massive obvious within like the past 5 minutes. Everything that we have been stating revolves around a conversation. Communicating with each other is how you're going to get through this. If you need to have, of course, it doesn't matter if you've been in a dynamic or a relationship for like years. Still having that conversation of like, hey, I want to do this. Is that all right with you? Yes, no problem. Like communicating your wants and desires, what your safe words are, just to kind of reiterate it and make it fresh in your mind. It's something that needs to be done.
100%. And also, I think that to add on to that too, especially if you're in a poly dynamic, I mean that's what she just said is I mean, Alice, each one of your partners is going to have a different set of limits, a different set of kinks, a different set of triggers. You need to have that conversation with every single partner. And every single partner needs to have that conversation with each other. So in other words, if we, if we bring in a new partner and we have a partner we've been playing with, whatever, and they have a specific, this is a trigger, this is a no. I'll bring up case in point, it's a really easy example. Verbal degradation is a kind of a common kink for some people, but some people with verbal degradation have certain words that they just don't like. Okay, we've ran into that. One of our partners was all about the SL word, but hated the WH word, the word. I'm not going to say it. So they had that discussion with me, and then we had that discussion with Alice. So that way, because Alice or I either or in the heat of the moment might throw out that word. So we had that conversation so that Alice knew, I knew, we had it negotiated, and that's a one example. But every partner in that dynamic that might be involved sexually or BDSM wise or any time at any point you need to have that conversation with everybody so everybody knows. Not just, and for two reasons. One, everybody should know so they don't violate it, but that too, if, you know, you've got, I hate to use the word checks and balances, but then that way too, you have another person who can check in with you, who knows your experiences, who knows where you're at. It makes it a safer, more fun, enjoyable situation. And that, I mean, we're gonna beat communication into your head, consensually, of course, through every lesson we teach you. I don't care if it's on consent itself, if it's on rack, if we're fucking a year down the road and we're talking about how to diddle yourself with a pickle while tinkling on a balloon. I don't fucking care what it is. We are still going to drive home the point of communication. And that communication does not end at the negotiation. It doesn't end at the start of the scene. It doesn't end at the end of the first scene. I check in with Alice almost daily. And you should. And by the way, not just in kink, in fucking life. Check in with your partner. Check in with them before, check in with them after, check in with them down the road, check in with them when they get home. Check in with your partners.
Hey.
Yes.
You okay?
Yeah.
Just checking in.
Just
Thank you. Ass. Appreciate it.
really communicate. Jesus. Communication is
Yeah.
it'll make you stronger. Like you all can't have even in like a normal everyday work environment. If you're not communicating, there's gonna be a bridge. You need to build that bridge together in an everyday life with your regular relationships, with your friends, with your partners, with your parents, I don't care if it's Billy Joe down the street. Like, communicate. If there's something wrong, communicate. If there's something you like, communicate. Hey, I really like the way your hair smells like a summer breeze on a winter island. I don't know.
Summer
Communicate.
breeze makes me feel fine. Sorry, go ahead.
But just communicate. Like, it's something that I bring up on a daily basis, not only like when I'm teaching a class, but when I'm talking to people. There's a problem. Did you communicate that problem? If you didn't, go communicate that problem.
Yeah, I've literally got into a fight with one of my best friends that I met on this server. And it's literally because I literally yelled at her, fucking communicate. And I hope she can forgive me for telling this story because I didn't communicate it with her. But, you know, communication is absolutely key. If you don't have communication, you don't have consent. If you don't have consent, you're not doing anything right. Like, this is just my personal motto. Like, you know, communication is just fucking key. And if you don't have it, you're not doing it right.
And I'd like to add two things to that too. One, I think that all of us need to be responsible too, that we check in with our partner, not just often, but one of the things that Alice and I are very big on. And I've had people play some bullshit about it before and say that it's not accurate, but I think it's better. In that we check it, like, especially if we've gotten into a heavier scene or otherwise. We check in with them obviously after the scene. We provide aftercare, we do whatever, and we're hanging out. But then also we often check in with our partners. Well, not often, pretty much all the time, when they've gotten home. And the reason being is because for some people, especially those who might suffer from PTSD, from social anxiety, from other issues, it might be harder for them to discuss it in the moment, whether it be sub-drop, whatever reason, okay? And you need to be cognizant of that. So it's never a bad thing to go back and be like, hey, you know, you got home, great, I'm glad you made it home safe. Now that you're home and you're in your own space and whatever, like, is there anything additional you'd like to discuss? How do you feel about everything? There's nothing bad about that. I'm also a firm believer of encouraging your partners to journal in some way, shape, or form, because nonverbal communication can also be a great asset, because something might pop into their head when they're not in a conversation with you, or they might, even me, typically it's not when it comes to terms of consent, it's more terms of expressing myself, but sometimes writing things down for some people is helpful. There's nothing wrong with that. If that's how you operate, you should certainly express that. That's, again, back to your initial negotiation, going, hey, sometimes I feel more comfortable discussing things after I've written them down. make sure your partner knows that. In the same sense that we go, hey, by the way, we're going to check in with you prior to establish everything we're going to do. We're going to check in with you after, and then we're going to go ahead and check in with you when you get home. So we're going to give you every opportunity to discuss with us along the way any concerns you have, if you enjoyed things, if you didn't enjoy things, if you'd like to do things a little differently. That consistent communication, even in non-traditional forms, is key to making sure that not only everybody has a great experience, but making sure that you prevent any problems down the road. And even then, you might, but you're doing everything you can. And also to Nala or Kat, if you want to take this one, Deer Hunter asks, can Dom say the safe word for the little to the alpha sub, for the little if that alpha sub says or does something on accident?
Okay, you're gonna learn. I like things painted out, so I'm trying to paint this out. Can the Dom say the safe word for the little, for the alpha sub to stop?
Yes.
Correct?
Yeah, the phrasing's a little, or we're not doing phrasing anymore. The phrasing's a little hinky, but basically, and for those of you who don't know, an alpha sub, by the way, typically takes a dominant role with other partners in a dynamic underneath the guidance or otherwise of the Dom. So they're submissive to the Dom, but then they're dominant or switch with the other parties. So what he is specifically, or he or she, sorry, I believe she, it ends in babe. So Deer Hunter babe, I'm going to assume you're a woman. If I'm misgendering you, please, I apologize and correct me. But what she is asking is that if, say, we'll use an example here. Alice and I are playing with somebody. If we're playing with one of our partners and our partner happens to be a little, and Alice were to go too far, in my opinion, not even in the sense of that the little did, but if I was looking at it going, hey, whatever, could I use a safe word then to stop it?
Very much so.
Yeah.
Very much so. Anybody has the ability to safe word during any scene. Even if you're just sitting there watching, you have that right to safe word. And then from there you can communicate like what was going on, what's going on in your head, like how are you feeling? What can we do differently? Like that communication from that point on can turn either that from a bad situation or you can learn from it and continue. So like you just got to communicate. But at the end of the day, yes, Deer Hunter, anybody has the ability to safe word.
I would say though too, also like, and because of the fact that Alice and I communicate so bluntly, sometimes to a fault, we've not ran into that. But I also think it would be as easy as me going, "Hey babe, that word's not okay," or "Hey babe, like I think she," and also, by the way, to clarify, she has every right to do the same to me. To go, hey, you could, even if your partner hasn't safe worded, right? But if she were to recognize something that's not going right in the scene, or I recognize something that's not going right in the scene, either one of us has the ability to check the other person, even if the third party has not safe worded themselves. You have that ability, and then you all should stop and have that conversation. That's healthy. And if anybody has a problem with that, that's a red flag. That's how we all learn and grow. And again, and even with safe words and communication, it's not to say that people aren't going to make mistakes, but you avoid mistakes and miscommunications by communicating as much as you can. And then what you need to do is, if there is an instance of miscommunication, otherwise, then you need to address it.
Exactly.
But also, nobody in this lifestyle's mind reader either. Okay? Guys, you've got, and again, this is where doing your own research
Didn't you know that I was?
comes into play. Okay? And this is where knowing your safe words and having that trust there is paramount. Because you have every right to withdraw consent at any point. Fuck whatever Arkansas law they're trying to pull. I saw that the other day, that once you give consent, it can't be withdrawn. That's the dumbest fucking frat boy douchebaggery I've ever seen in my goddamn life.
Highly agree.
But if you do not withdraw consent, if you do not safe word, if you do not make it clear in some way that there is an issue, then the only person in that situation who is at fault is the person who didn't safe word, who didn't use that. Because if you've negotiated, if you need me to stop, you're going to say yellow or red.
You're misleading your partner.
And that's where, people have conversations a lot about fake subs and other things. If somebody gets all the way through it and everything else, and then, never safe words or anything else, consent was there. Consent can be withdrawn, but it has to be withdrawn. It can't be, well, in my head I safe worded. That's not a thing. That would be the same thing as me going, well, in my head she consented, or she was wet, so it was okay. No, bullshit.
Mm-mm.
Every party in a relationship and a dynamic has a responsibility for consent, whether it's giving it or withdrawing it, period.
Exactly. At the end of the day, we're not fucking mind readers. I'm gonna need you to tell me that something was wrong. How can I fix it? One. And two, how are we going to get past this? If you withdraw consent without telling me you withdrawn consent, all you're going to do is build resentment. And that's not healthy either.
100%.
So completely understand. Like, you have to have that ability to communicate that there was something wrong. Because if you, let's just say, perfect example as he said, if you safe worded in your head, and of course I can't read what's going on in your head, the moment that we're finally done, you're just going to book and leave. And then I'm going to be sitting here going, okay, well, is everything okay? From that point on, the communication is going to die because you're going to be upset.
100%. 100%. And a good relationship can be killed that way.
A good friendship can be killed that way.
Or God forbid, people can get turned off from the lifestyle because of shit like that too. On both sides of it.
It can really give a bad light for everything that we do stand for.
I mean, that's one thing that scares me as a new person in this lifestyle, is that I'm going to meet someone, or even myself, I'm going to mess up sometime. I'm going to, not use a safe word when I should. I'm not going to do something right, or someone's going to ignore my safe word. And that's a terrifying thought. But as long as you have that that discussion beforehand, and, you just have to make sure your consent is solidified. Vetting, don't just go first time I meet, I'm going to go play with them. That's not something you should really do. That's not safe. It's not sane. It's frankly insane. But it might be, you might consent to it. And it's like,
Now, Reign of Chaos, what you had put there about the submissive being afraid to safe word. If you're afraid to safe word, sweetheart, like, that is a massive red flag for you. You should never be scared to safe word for your safety, whether it be for your mental health safety or your physical safety. That if someone makes you feel as if you should be afraid to safe word, don't play.
And in the same sense too, that's not an excuse after the fact either. It's personal responsibility on all fronts. It's not just the DOMs, it's not just the subs, it's not just the switches. Everybody has personal responsibility, especially in this lifestyle. And here's the thing, we deal with enough bullshit ourselves, and we create content out of most of the shit we do. So if somebody's safe worded or otherwise, it's there on video. Not everybody has that privilege, okay? Fucking Nala could go right now and play with somebody and not record it, right? And they could say, well, they safe worded, and she could go, well, no, they didn't. Okay, so there's a whole or they, Nala could say, well, I expected her safe word, and then the other person said there's not an understanding. Guys, you've got to drive this fucking point home. Okay? And a piece of paper, by the way, like 50 Shades of Grey shows you, doesn't mean a whole heap ton of shit. It really doesn't. So, just, I mean, know that you put yourself there. When we say that this lifestyle and all activities in this lifestyle have risk, I don't just mean risk of personal harm. I mean that legally, people still view this fucked up in some cases. People still have certain opinions of CNC, of breath play, of DDLG. And you need to be aware of the is stigma the right word I'm looking for? I think the stigma
Yeah.
that some people place on this lifestyle. We've all seen it. Oh, you're damaged. Oh, you've got daddy issues. Oh, whatever, what the fuck ever.
You mean I
And,
don't have daddy issues?
I mean,
I have mommy issues. Thank you very much.
and some people do, and you know what? There's nothing wrong with the fact that, you know, one of the reasons why I wanted to bring Nala on here specifically too was because her and I have had the conversation about how, and this is a much deeper conversation for probably 10 lessons down the road, but that kink, including DDLG and other things, can be an outlet for mental disorder. Can be a positive reinforcement for trauma, PTSD, catharsis. But there are some people who inherently say that you have to have some form of trauma to enjoy this, which is false.
No.
And there are some shrinks even who go, oh, that's not healthy. That's not true. It can be healthy. It can be not healthy, like anything else. I hate to use the word everything in moderation because there's a lot of us in kink who don't like anything in moderation, so I can't really say that. But we certainly don't like orgasms in moderation. But it's all about what works for you. And past that, be as safe and communicative and otherwise as you can. Somebody's asking about aftercare. Who wants to explain aftercare? Because I do believe that aftercare is a part of consent.
And the aftercare,
Yeah,
the
let me go
aftercare
to the
staff talk
aftercare
about it.
counselor, actually. Kat talking right there in front. That's kind of literally your JOB.
It is my jam. Okay, so hi, I'm Kat. I'm the aftercare specialist at the Beast and Bell server. Aftercare is what happens, or what should happen after a scene, or after it's the aftercare. It's cuddling. It's talking out what happened, what went wrong, what went good, what went, It's a breakdown. You come from a very good, pleasurable thing, and it's coming down to the real world and thinking, I'm grounding myself. What's going on? How did that go for me? And it's something that should always be done after a scene, or even if you're going through a drop. Especially if you're going through a drop, I should say. I'm sorry. I really should have prepared more. If you're going through a drop, you talk to your dom, you talk to your sub, you talk to your whatever, and you work it out. And I lost my train of thought, but it's something that should come after. And it's where you take your partner, doms get this too, and you just, you cuddle or something, you talk about it, you find what works for you. And I find that talking really works for me. I like to ramble on about things I enjoyed, things I didn't enjoy, things I might want to try next time. And it's really that just breakdown of what to do next and how to come down. So that is aftercare.
Now, to clarify.
Yes, please.
On aftercare. Some people, just so people know, don't like to be touched, cuddled or otherwise, for aftercare. There was a case in point. I had a partner. Oh God, a long fucking time ago. Who was very into the MS dynamic more so than anything, which again is not my favorite, but liked really, really heavy play, and afterwards. They wanted to be caged with a blanket over it for about 20 to 30 minutes where nobody fucking talked to them. Nobody touched them. That was their aftercare. Now, afterwards, then they would have another step that they would then communicate, come back, etc., etc. But their initial aftercare was they wanted a bottle of water. They wanted to be left alone to be able to process and come down. You guys can't hear me? Hold on.
While he's trying to fix that,
Check. I don't know why it's popping up. Maybe I was just speaking too.
I can hear
quietly.
you on here.
yeah.
Everybody else they hear me fine. So just know that all aftercare is different. And like she said, you have to figure out what works for you.
Yeah.
And it might not be an overnight thing that you figure
Try
it out.
it out.
Additionally, yes, DOMs do need aftercare. And I would say even more so when it comes to, pun intended, a heavier scene. Because I know, especially when I got started in this lifestyle, you know, I was one of those old school kids that was raised, you don't hit women, period.
Husky Chaos knows where it's at.
But obviously as kinks develop, that's different. However, in the same sense, like, it's as reassuring to me as it is to Alice that after we do a heavy, like, CNC scene, that we're cuddling afterwards and we're talking and we're coming down off of that primal energy together. So not only do I know that she's okay, but I know that we're okay and that there's no boundaries pushed and etc. And for me, that cuddling and communication is big, and I appreciate a beard scratch or a beard tug.
We do that with other partners, but personally, I would just like to take a shower and play some video games.
Well, I get that, but
It's anything that makes you feel grounded, that can bring you back down from that serotonin high.
and by the way, for those of you who don't know, the sub drop and dom drop for that matter,
I'm a pretty well-adjusted person. I can come down from a high pretty easily.
it's because you smoke a lot of weed. It is chemically founded that kink releases endorphin, serotonin, etc. And realistic, you will hear a lot of submissives, especially, speak about subspace, and it is a mental space, but it's also a chemical space. It's one of the reasons why this lifestyle can be cathartic, in the same sense that some people find relief in tattoos or piercings because of that endorphin rush. You can get that from pain play or other kinks, right? But in the same token, just like any other high, even if you are on an antidepressant, right? How do antidepressants work? You have to build them up in your system until they take hold, and then the reason why they work is because they're always there. You're not going to have that with kink, right? So you're going to have that fluctuation, and you've got to know how to deal with that the right way. And also, Nala, I think that while we're on this subject, and Kat, if you want to take with this too, I would like to address consent with certain forms of medication to clarify with people, because I think it's worth discussing, obviously, that what's one of the number one rules in kink. We don't play if somebody is inebriated, right? So
Exactly.
if you're fucking shitty drunk, we're not gonna play. And that's also if I'm under the influence, I'm not gonna play, because the same way that you might push yourself further than you want to, or your pain tolerance might not respond the same way. I don't have the same control over not over my actions, but like you're going to misjudge distance. You're going to misjudge everything. Go ahead.
Unsafe.
Go ahead.
It
Please.
just really becomes unsafe. First of all, you cannot give full consent if you're inebriated. Just because when you're, let's say I'm drunk off my ass, I'm not going to think things through properly the right way. Sorry about that. My phone just went off. Okay, so you cannot fully consent if you need, just like he said, your distance is off. You may hit somewhere that's not safe. You could actually damage someone if you are not of sound mind, which is where the safe, sane, and consensual comes in.
Now, on that note, I would say so two things on that, and now I'd love to get, and Kat too, please. I would say that a good rule of thumb is if you shouldn't drive, you shouldn't play.
Exactly.
It doesn't mean like, because here's the thing. There's a lot of, I'm not trying to gender anybody. We'll say a lot of people who might like a glass of wine before they play. A glass of wine is one thing. In the same token that I love a cigar and a single whiskey with ice, right? That one whiskey is not going to make me, I could go out and drive 100 miles on that and I'm not going to be affected, okay? That's fine. You need to treat yourself and know again, this goes back to knowing your own limits. You need to be aware of where that line is. I don't mean you need to have a fucking breathalyzer outside your kink room, but be aware. Sharing a glass of wine with your partner before you do something is fine. Nobody's going to judge you for that. In the same token here's the thing, guys, this is not just a kink thing. You can't consent to sex, vanilla sex, if you're inebriated. That doesn't mean you can't go on a date and have a few drinks. But then that brings up point 2, okay? And it's very important on this. 1, there are some people who enjoy certain types of rack play or otherwise that want to be in that kind of feeling. Maybe it's a fantasy, maybe it's whatever. If it's negotiated while they are sober, while they are consistent, while they are whatever, then that's something. Then that goes in the rack. But that's their preference. Okay. Me personally, I won't play with anybody who is inebriated if they were on fucking shrooms. I don't care. It's not my thing. I also personally, I can count on my 2 hands the times I've been drunk in my life. So it's not really hard for me to not be inebriated because I just don't drink to excess. I don't really do anything with marijuana or otherwise. But just understand too that if that's really your thing that you want to have that, then that's fine if that is your thing, but it needs to be communicated when you are not in that state. Yep. In other words, before you guys go out to dinner and drinks or whatever, hey, I'm going to get fucked up tonight, but I want you to do X, Y, Z. Okay. Right? However, I think we should also clarify, Nala, I think you can say this too, probably not a good first date idea.
Definitely not. That's going to put me off.
Hey, if you're 6 months or a year or 2 years or 10 years into a relationship or let's go to the vanilla world. If your wife says, I'm going to get drunk so you can put it in the 3rd hole tonight, whatever, it's your birthday, that's different, but you're still discussing it beforehand when they're not under the influence. Now, what I will clarify, I think, is that medication still should be kept in mind. And when I say that, medication's a broad term. They get tooth work done or something, and they give you some kind of pill for pain relief. You should not engage in play until you know what the effects of that medicine are, whether it be a painkiller, whether it be an antidepressant, an antipsychotic, and something for bipolar. I don't care what the fuck it is. If you're starting a new medication, you should not engage in any play that you are not fully aware of until you know the effects of that medicine. That doesn't mean the first pill, the second pill. That means probably you should be a day or 2 in to see how things affect you before you do that. If you are a regular user of a medication, whatever it may be, and you've been taking it for the last 10 years, then you know what that effect that medication has on you, and then that's something you need to discuss with your partner, whether or not it affects your ability and whether or not, etc. So you need to have that, again, this is a negotiation conversation. This also applies for those of you 420 folks out there, okay? Let's make that really clear, because I am all for legalization despite the fact that I don't personally smoke. I enjoy an edible on occasion, and that's about it. And there are plenty of people who consume 420 medicine on a consistent, daily, throughout the day basis. And that is their normal functioning situation. They're not an addict. They're not reliant on it. They are not inebriated by it. That is if for them, that's the same thing as if they were taking an antidepressant consistently or otherwise, okay? That then changes the rules on consent because they're not consenting while inebriated, they're consenting while in that state that they're usually in. However, again, that needs to be discussed ahead of time. And for those of you who do enjoy 420, be well aware that you might smoke all day, every day, taking a pinch hitter every hour. Good for you, whatever, right? But even you, Miss fucking marijuana hat wearing, smoking the weed all the day kind of type person, you might take a big old fucking dab rip and be fucked out of your gourd. And in that sense, you cannot consent because you've now gone past your normal daily mental state situation or whatever. Does that clarification fit fairly well, Nala? Is there anything you want to add to that?
Sorry about that. No, I have to say that you kind of summed it up really nice. At the end of the day, if you are a 420 person, you just have to know your limit. Do not go past that limit if you know how to play, because that's when, of course, as he said, you breach that point of no return. You can't play safely. Sorry about that, I have tiny children. You reach that moment of you can't turn back. And when you wake up in the morning, are you going to have regrets? Because you can't just say, oh my God, I have regrets. I can't believe I did that. When you knew you were inebriated. Got to play safe.
And also, that is your responsibility in part. Because nobody knows your body better than YOU. Okay? I know that I can have a couple glasses of whiskey and I'm completely sober and conscious and fine. My body weight, my tolerance, things like that change. In the same token that Alice can smoke her medicine all day throughout the day and be completely sober and fine. Whereas if I did one of her sessions, I'd be, and you guys have, well, it was on the old TikTok, so thank you for the subscription, Brandon. It's on the old TikTok, it's not posted here. I will laugh my full fucking head off for 10 minutes straight, sound like I'm dying. Okay? And I will fucking be, so I look at her and I'm like, how the fuck do you drive? And she's like, I'm like, and she's completely fine, right? It's a tolerance thing. It's an understanding thing and knowing your body thing. So you can't expect other people to know your tolerance, your body, your level. Now, let's clarify, that's not an excuse, jackass, if she's passed out, all right? Fucktard. Like, oh, I didn't know. Bullshit. She was not responsive, okay?
Did she give you consent?
But if we're using the reference of, you know, hey, if you can't drive, don't play. You know, we know even with driving that 0.8 to 0.9, or sorry, 0.08, not 0.8, my God, you'd be 3/4 alcohol. 0.08 to like 0.1 could be a half a drink, okay? Mm-hmm. But you know in your mind at that point, oh wow, I'm a little like same thing if you're at the bar. If you have one too many drinks, realistically you should know, hey, I probably should sit here and have a glass of water. Right? I should probably take a minute, smoke a cigarette, get out in the cool air. Like, you know, if you start driving home like this, right, you know you fucked up. But that again, that's your responsibility. You can't expect somebody else to know that for you, whether it be driving or kink or otherwise. That's why as somebody who used to be a bartender, I always hated the fact that bartenders could get in trouble for over serving somebody. It's like, am I supposed to hand them a breathalyzer every time I give them a drink? You know, again, we all need to have a little bit of personal accountability as well. And the marijuana thing is a perfect example because I don't know how anybody functions on that shit. I don't get it. Good for you. Love you to death. But like, unless I want to laugh my ass off or go to sleep, I just don't do it because that's all I ever get out of it. And I know some people love it all day and good for them, but like, I don't know where the line is with that. So I rely on my partner in communication with her to go, Like, where are you at right now? Although I've been with Alice long enough now that I know where she goes from the point to daily to crossfaded. And it's like, we're not going to do anything now. You're a little, you went too far. And also, Nala, you know what? I think a great thing on consent is too. Take your time, guys.
Oh my God, it's not a race. I cannot tell you how many times I've said that, let alone this week. This is not a race to get to the finish line. Take your time. Vet.
You know, one of the reasons, guys, we've discussed this before. One of the reasons why we get into, when we go into a pain scene, that sounds really stupid. When we go into an impact situation, one of the reasons why we always have this plan of going, hey, here's all our toys, and the intention is we're going to use 8 of each, and et cetera, right? Is because it sets a clear boundary for somebody to go, it's not going to be any worse than this. I still have every right along the way to say this toy's not okay, this toy's not okay, et cetera. But it allows somebody to have a slow introduction to something without just going fucking ham and fucking doing everything, right? Because we go, okay, you know, we're not going to do more than this. If you get, and we've had partners like that, because some people like Sting, some people like Thud, some people like both, some people like pokey sharp things, some people don't. Okay? And our toy kit is pretty fucking diverse, as yours should be, unless you've been with the same partner for 10 years, you're monogamous, and you know exactly what toys they like. Especially if you have multiple partners or you're going into this, trying a lot of shit, guys, because you might, consent needs to be informed, right? And you might have had some partner you play with that did nothing but Sting, and you're like, oh, I hate pain play. You might not hate pain play. You might hate Sting, right?
It might have been done wrong.
That's also valid. So one of the reasons why we like to do that, and I'm not saying, guys, you have to do what we do what works for you. But it's because it goes, okay, along this journey, you're going to try these different toys. And you're not going to do a bunch. You're not going to do so much that, like, because, I mean, a flogger guy, for reference, in most cases, a suede flogger, 8 strikes of a suede flogger is not really going to do much. You probably won't even have a mark from it, to be honest. But that's okay. The point is to go, here's a line, try this, and then we will advance when you're ready. Whether it's that session or the next session or whatever, we're going to build up to this at that person's pace. And some people's pace is going to be faster. Some people's tolerance is going to be faster, but it's a good way to do it. And you, especially if you're getting started. What the fuck? Somebody smoke Fluky real quick. Ban them.
Why ban them?
Because that's we're not going to have that bullshit in there.
I was like, what was that?
Somebody. By the way, jackass, I actually support Anonymous, and guess what? They actually do good work, like stuff with the government. They're not going to be in some rando's fucking Twitch stream right now. Okay? No, get your.
They're looking for launch codes.
I mean, you might be anonymous. Thank you. Like, just oh my god. Anyway, take your time, guys. And also, I mean, I hate to say it, especially when it comes to kink. Personal opinion, just because of what Nala and I just said, and Kat, you're being all quiet over there. Just because you've tried something once and maybe didn't like it, you probably might want to try it again. Maybe.
Yeah.
If you're okay with it. Maybe with
If it was a
different partner, or hell, even, you know what, Nala, you might have let me ask you this. Kat, Nala, like, who likes the magic wand?
I've never tried it.
Okay. So we've had a partner that, like, said, no, I hate it. I don't like it. Never liked it. Terrible fucking experience when it didn't do anything for me. We've had a couple partners like that. Now, some of them just flat out didn't like it. Their anatomy didn't work with it, whatever. But we have had one partner in the past that said that, and we played and we used a different toy, whatever, and we said, hey, you know, would you mind trying this again? Again, we got consent. And then when we use it, they're like, holy fucking shit. And then they went and bought one. Okay.
Yeah.
So
I've not
again,
tried it, but like I'm always in the mindset of like I'll fucking try it once unless I don't like it, and then even if I don't like it, it's a maybe, not a no, unless I absolutely hated it.
And then for me, like when I first got on the scene, like many moons ago, I was vanilla as fuck, you all. Not even gonna lie. I was like, oh god, I don't want to try that. What the hell? You know, I'm at least gonna try this. Let's see if it works. And it was phenomenal. So you have to be able to keep your mind open long enough to say, okay, I want to try this. No, I don't want to try this. I didn't like it the first time. Maybe I should try it again with somebody else. Maybe they know how to do it better. Like everybody's different. They may use it in a way that you may find yourself liking it later.
and again, you just, and nobody, and here's the thing, guys, if you try it and you say you hate it, nobody's shaming you for that, whether you try it again or not. But
If they shame you, it's a red flag.
But there's 80 ways to skin a cat. There's 30 ways to swing a flogger. You know, there is, I mean, speed, and I don't mean to specify just on impact play, but I feel like, you know, if you're just not in the DDLG, I don't feel like trying it again is going to be your thing, probably.
Okay.
But like, if you go, I really want to be spanked or do other types of things, but blah 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 blah. Okay. There's so many variations on type of toy, where you're hit, how you're hit, the speed, the angle, the build up versus just, you know, because also you shouldn't just take a toy and just fucking go ham, right? You want to have some warm. If some people don't like warm up, but I that's a very rare person who doesn't go warm it up a little bit or rub it afterwards or whatever, right? But I mean, case in point, your first partner might have been Christian fucking Grey. Yeah, if your first partner was Christian Grey, you might go, "This is bullshit. I don't want to do this again." But that's not really a fair comparison for yourself. So don't. I guess what Nala and I are trying to get to the point of is maybe don't sell yourself short on trying something you're curious about just because you've had a negative experience before. That's not to say the Dom was at fault. That's not to say the toy was at fault. Just know that
you might have not been in the right headspace.
Yeah, it could have been your headspace. It could have been their headspace. It could have been anything. It could have been the toy. It could have been that this paddle was made of this wood. I mean, it could be that simple, guys. And it's not to criticize you. That's not to criticize the partner you had before. There's a million different things with this. And that's one of the reasons why we try to stress so much that we don't shame other people's kink, that our opinion is just one, and to do your own research and to figure out what works for you, because our experience is different than yours, and it always will be. You know, and that's anybody who I've seen educators out there who just preach that their way is the only way, and if they, you know, anybody who says different than their way is wrong, and blah 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 blah, and that's as big of a red flag to me as anything else.
Exactly.
Because there's not one way. There's not two ways. There's literally hundreds. Okay? Literally hundreds of ways. It's one of the reasons why polyamory is fun for us, because Alice's kink is different than anybody else's. And like, hey, if you're a one-trick pony and this is all you like and your only thing is this type of play and like that's what you consent to, cool. But then again, by the way, guess what this all goes back to? Let's say it together now. This whole concept of everything we're saying, if you've tried it before and all that stuff, what's it go back to? What's the issue, Nala?
Communicating and consent, motherfuckers.
Kinky fuckers.
Well, I was going to say, I had you say communication, consent again. Guess what? If you've had a bad experience before, communicate that with your new partner. Oh, you know what? Hey, Lord Sir Domly Dom, left penis, whatever the fuck his name was, hit me with a paddle, and I fucking hated it. Then a good Dom would go, okay, well, what did you hate about it? Well, da-da-da-da-da. Okay, well, would you like to try that similar type of toy in this situation? And then you can go, yes, I would. You've given consent. Or, no, I'm okay. Then you've not given consent. It's still, you communicate that.
And then turn around, you could have liked something in the past, and now you don't like it.
Also true.
Communicate that.
Our tastes change every 7 years, and it's not just food. I mean, I still like ski after 37 years, but that's a different story. But I've evolved as a Dom.
You have been drinking ski since you were a baby?
Oh, God, yeah. And Breeze, they give it to you in the fucking bottle. Are you kidding me?
I mean, that is the number one thing, another thing that I really do push. In life in general, and especially in the community, you want to be constantly growing, constantly educating yourself. Things happen, things change. Make sure you're not stifling yourself just because you're comfortable.
Of course, I'm always researching. Like, for a very long time, I did not want to get into any sort of dynamic because I didn't feel comfortable. I didn't feel like I was ready, and I'm still researching. I bet Chaos can even say he's still researching just because,
Well, and we've even, guys,
always learning.
We've even modified how we approach things because of good, bad, or different experiences. Thanks to the sticker. I was waiting for some sound effects or stickers. I'm kind of surprised we've not gotten more.
I know. It's been quiet.
I mean, we've got fun educators in here, and you guys have not played a single goopy sound effect or Rickroll or
I'm so sad.
A penis game. I'm so sad. I'm so disappointed.
I'm so sad. I just might cry.
We have not played the penis game because you know what? There is how many people right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. There's like 19 or 20 people in the Discord voice chat that I would let all go off of mute and play the penis game if somebody played the penis sound effect.
I know. Give us some penis.
Oh.
Hold on a minute. There's something up there. Somebody asked about Gen Chat. Let me take a peek here real quick. Oh, this is...
Yeah, I haven't been able to go look.
Somebody needs to get in there now and start blocking shit. Hold on a minute. Guys, go ahead and take care of this. I'm going to... I don't know who this person is, but they're getting smoked right now.
Okay, give me just a moment so I can take a look.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like, this is nope.
No?
This needs a... Nala, if you want to continue the conversation, or who has the ability to ban and delete shit?
I cannot ban.
So Nala, can you get in here and start tackling this?
Yeah, give me just a moment. I'm going to go off camera real
Thank
fast.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't see my ugly thinking face.
In the meantime, what's everyone's favorite color? How's everyone's day? Distractions. Sup?
Ugh.
Penis!
Darn.
Penis.
Now we get penis.
Asking for stuff to do is grooming.
It's not letting me delete it. I think something's happened.
I'm not high enough in status either to delete ban or anything either.
I'm also trying
Alright.
and it's not letting me.
Jesus Christ.
I literally can't delete, kick, or ban or do anything.
Mm-mm.
I just wrote in the office.
So funny.
Why can they not be banned?
Give me just a moment. I'm about to find out. I'm gonna go look through my permissions. Because something has happened.
Knew it's motherfucker.
And it's all locked. I can't even check my permissions. Just a moment.
Wait, can you guys type in chat? I can't even type in chat.
In Gen Chat?
I
Yeah.
can't either.
It says it's read only.
Because I
Yeah.
can't even call colors in there.
Mm-mm.
Let me either.
Just. Oh, fuck.
Somebody just fucking. Yeah, they just pulled the fucking rolls. Somebody needs to get a hold of All Father or Drifter now.
Okay, I'm gonna tag them in the office.
Yeah. Do you want to top off stream and handle this, or do you just want to?
No, you guys go ahead and keep with the stream. We're not going to let them hijack the stream.
Okay.
I don't even have access.
I'm sorry, but Drifter, or not Drifter, Beast, I think you owe every one of your followers an explanation, because this is some pretty incriminating shit, my friend.
There's first of all, there's nothing incriminating here. There's not like, you know what? What's incriminating? Dude, please tell me. And who is that talking, by the way? Because I don't have it pulled up right now.
Are you
Setting
reading
tasks-
half this shit?
Setting tasks for a sub that is consensual. Okay, that's not incriminating. If a sub asks me for tasks, that is consensual. There is.
Okay, so that's one post.
I'm going through.
But I mean, we've got all this stuff about a FetLife user and a plastic bag over their head.
Yep.
Why is that wrong?
And by the way, to clarify, here's the thing, guys, and I will gladly talk about this. That's fine. As I said before, if a partner consents to something, and this video was shared, and that's fine. If a partner consents to something, then it's consensual. Just because you don't like something does not make it
in
unconsensual.
here it's stating that you coerced this person into giving consent.
False. False. And we've proven that to our partners. This is somebody, and I'll tell you right now, guys, I mean, here's the thing. You want to deal with this? That's fine. All of this is being brought by a group of people who have consistently tried to twist what we've done for the entire time we've been active.
Well, I mean, okay, I'm in Ontario. I'm in Canada. I have been a member of my local community for almost 20 years. I am a well-respected member of my community, and for you to get this kind of hate, you pissed somebody or multiple people off in the very wrong way.
Exactly. No. Listen to me. I'll tell you right now. When we blew up back in October, well, yeah, because I've dealt with it before, but when we started to blow up, we were originally attacked for clout chasing. We weren't attacked for clout chasing. People were attacking us to try to
do things that were different to make you popular.
No. We did things that people wanted to push because we blew up bigger than them. They started to say negative things. When that didn't work, they tried something else, and they've tried along as we've gone. Now, I will tell you right now that the person in question that we are dealing with that has spearheaded all this is currently facing a restraining order and is facing harassment charges. Which all of this shit that was just posted, guess what? It's getting added to that. And, by the way, we had 2 people come into our chat. If you guys have been around for any period of time, we did a whole fucking thing. We did a whole thing before about helping some. We helped the victim of abuse. We helped the member of sex trafficking. We talked to other people, and somebody came in when we discussed this before and said that this person in question had done this to somebody else. They made it their mission, and that person had their life ruined over false pretenses purely because this person didn't like them. This has been spearheaded by a group of people that don't even fucking know me. Now let me ask you an honest fucking question, and I'll be dead straight honest with you guys. Okay, let's be real blunt, right? If you, as a submissive, or if you're submissive, asks for a set of tasks and you're willing to give that person those tasks, what happens? If they're asked for them. So literally, they're talking about, oh, I gave my partner tasks. Sure did. Yes, I'm on a dating site. Sure am. This post about creative chaos in Heartland, by the way, nothing to do with OnlyFans. Not a fucking thing. This is one of the things we're dealing with right now. 100%. Has nothing to do with that.
I'm sorry, but from what I'm reading, as a Dom, those are not the tasks that I give a person. The first and foremost tasks that I give a person are for their self-care. And then if they would like things that are mildly kinky, then that's fine. That can be negotiated. But my core set of rules is first and foremost for their self-care. Proper food, proper amount of water, proper sleep schedules, the whole 9 yards. That's taking care of your sub as a Dom.
And that's fine. That is something that I engage in as well. This is somebody specifically asking for tasks. By the way, let's get into this really quick too. 2 of those pictures that are posted of Mark's are Alice. And they want to talk about revenge porn. They're sharing pictures without consent right there.
I mean, you've got it posted on a public site, therefore it's now public knowledge.
False. Try again. False. Because we've done the research. Guess what? Doesn't matter.
Okay, but I mean, any company, okay, this is why I don't have any sort of my handiwork with a sub anywhere public for anybody to see.
Doesn't matter.
Primarily because any employer that I go to, if they can find me, they can use it because it is a public site.
Per Illinois law.
Okay, that's great. So that's great. Illinois. If this person is not in Illinois, then
matter.
Illinois law doesn't fucking matter.
It doesn't matter. It's where we exist. Period. Doesn't matter. And it's not just Illinois. Almost every state in the United States even says that even if something is posted to OnlyFans, if somebody illegally records something from OnlyFans and posts it elsewhere, guess what? That is revenge porn. Period. Doesn't matter. So again, what this is because they've tried every other attempt to hurt me, to hurt Alice, to affect us. They've made threats against my son. They've made threats against my family. They've made other threats. And because it didn't work, they have now hacked apparently our Discord.
Okay, but I mean, if you can find it in a Google search, it's public.
None of that's in a Google search. Period. These are literally things pulled from phones. Guys.
Well, yeah, but a phone nowadays is basically a small computer. I mean, I'm looking at this very last bit where you're inviting people to join the family, bombshell bells, and you're showing this giant wad of cash where the only bills you can clearly make out are a 20 and a 100. And I know one, if not both of those girls in the main photo used to be on the bells.
They're no longer involved with us. And that was also, I will tell you guys too, that was also when we had the family and the business very separate. The family only became a part of the business in the last 4 months. Prior to that, I was a working photographer, and I've been that. The people in those photos, we've been published, we've been otherwise. Again, it's all based on how somebody presents the info, and these people are clearly trying to present something a very specific way. And it's bullshit. And that's the problem with it. But this is also why we have these conversations, and why, frankly, I am quite sick of dealing with the bullshit, because, again, this is why we've taken the steps we have legally to protect ourselves and protect our family. Period. I mean, I'll tell you right now, guys, one of these things is taken off of my phone. So, and frankly, I'm sorry, if you support this kind of shit, then you've got no business in this lifestyle. You've got no business, certainly on our Discord, but you certainly have no business in this lifestyle. Because this is quite literally kink shaming. This is quite literally taking things from certain people and twisting it to work against other people. So, and again, I can attest to the fact, and so can Alice sit here can attest to the fact. So can multiple other of our partners. Hell, we posted the video from Luna on our shit. How openly we communicate everything. We communicate our expectations, everything else. And also, by the way, to clarify too, if you guys don't remember, for those of you who have not been here before, that we've had partners in the last 4 months that had nothing to do with OnlyFans. The issue was never forced. The issue was never otherwise. Period.
Okay, so I mean, here's something that I, as Gen Pop member, would love some clarification on. Everybody in Gen Pop can see the warnings and bans channel. You banned Ray, who up until that point was a belle. Gingy was stripped of her belle status, and Melon Baller is no longer a belle. So the hell's going on in your own dynamic?
First of all, Melon was never part of our dynamic.
Okay, you gave her she had the title of a belle. So I mean, without any knowledge of that, it sort of can be easily misconstrued.
No, Melon never had the status of a belle. Melon was in an abusive relationship that, by the way, one of our partners helped her get out of. And then she came here and hung out for a couple days and collaborated on TikTok and content. And then she went back home. And we've been in contact with her since. Now, since she's had a boyfriend, she reached back out to me and asked that her content be removed, which it has been. And within regards to the content she asked to be removed, the content that still remains is the content she gave permission to stay out. That's how things work. By the way, also, per OnlyFans standards, if somebody has an OnlyFans and you tag them in it, that's within the standards. Now, in the case of Ray and Gingy, I'm not going to get into every detail of our relationship, but there was a separation that happened. Now, we originally went to Gingy, and you guys can go back and double check this, and I reached out to Gingy and said, hey, we would like you to continue to be involved in the server if you wish. However, until we can have a conversation with you, we're not going to have you as an admin, which is fair. Because
so this right after you, I mean, I was on staff at that time. I mean, I was on staff at the time where you said to Gingy that you didn't want anything to do with the server because it didn't make you revenue, quote unquote.
Never said that.
So you gave all power to run everything to Gingy.
I never said that. First of all, I've clarified this with staff.
I mean,
that's never been said. I gave power to Gingy because
Elliot, I was staff.
Okay.
I was staff on the original server under Sophie, who is nothing but a tyrant, who turned it into her show.
Here, by the way, stop it. We're not going to shame other people here.
No. I'm not shaming. I'm pointing out fact.
Sophie's not here.
This woman turned other staff members against each other.
The old server was not healthy. We created. They wanted to create a new server. Gingy.
But I hear you want to bring Sophie back and put her in a position of head of staff.
Also didn't happen.
No, it hasn't happened. But I hear that's what you want to do.
No, that is not what was discussed. And again, here's the thing. See, again, this is where things get funny. Because Alice was here for that conversation, as was Nala, as was Kat. And the conversation that I had was that I was not involved in the ban of certain leaders in staff. So I wanted to have a conversation about certain leaders in staff to make
I can
sure
flat out tell you, Sophie left of her own accord because we called her out on her own bullshit.
Okay, and that's fine. What I'm telling you, Kat, you pop back in. When we had the conversation with the meeting with everybody, did I say that I insisted on bringing them back, or did I ask what they were banned for to make sure people were banned for the right reason?
You're still muted, Kat, if you want to actually talk.
You did mention, with all due respect, wanting the idea of bringing back Sophie, which is awful because she was banned for a reason. I mean this with all due respect, Chaos. What the fuck is going on? These are serious allegations, and you're just running circles, and you're like, it's not true. Like, please, we need... I don't know what's going on.
I have to back up Kat here, because, I mean, here's text documents, videos, everything being shown that you're a piece of shit. And you're not showing anything to cover your own ass. You're just stating, oh, it's false, so it's fake news. You sound like fucking Trump.
Go ahead. Go ahead, say what you're gonna say.
Like, there are channels that are open for you to post. By all means, pick one. And let's see your proof of everything's on the up and up.
First of all, I have no obligation to show anybody that proof's on the up and up, because this is...
Right, you have no obligation, but right now you have a server of 200 plus members that are looking at you, who is supposed to be the head of this server, and you are the pile of shit under our boots right now. That's where you stand with this server right now. I don't think you get this. If I had somebody showing up with evidence like this against me, I'd be busting all ass to give other proof to show that I'm clean.
Okay. And so, the level of dirty that I'm not quite sure you're seeing here. You're seeing certain things that don't really relate to each other.
I'm seeing a FetLife video on your own page.
Okay, a FetLife
that you can
video.
audibly hear a
FetLife
person
video?
say, I can't breathe.
Yes, okay.
At that point, I'm sorry, I've had bondage with breath play go wrong.
Yes,
I didn't touch rope for
I
8
understand.
fucking
Yes,
years.
But that woman then also did say, I can't breathe, I can't breathe, I can't breathe. Red, he took the bag off, and then she said, oh my God, I can't believe you made me wait that long to come.
After she came again. Again, here's the thing.
So, I'm wondering. She redded. He pulled the bag off her head, and then she came. Still, so he did the proper thing, and you're still shaming him for taking the right action. I'm just making sure you watched the entire video.
Okay. So what was the pre-scene negotiation that every Dom has as a basics in their playbook?
And just
was that pre-arranged that a bag's gonna get put over your head, and I'm not gonna pull it off until you say red?
Yes. And actually, no, what the pre-scene negotiation was specifically, I will tell you, because there was and by the way, there was another person in there as an oversight, by the way, first of all.
There was also another woman.
There was another woman present for that, which you obviously don't see on video, which is obviously the intent of how it was cut. The pre-scene negotiation was specific to go, what specifically was going to happen, and I can't get in too much with TOS, so bear with me for a minute. What you see in the video, specifically in the way of bondage and otherwise, was pre-negotiated. And I asked her prior to the scene, and I asked her by showing her a video of somebody else engaging in the same type of play. And I said, would you enjoy engaging in this type of play and trying this? She said yes. She wanted it. It was, for lack of a better term, to try to be as TOS friendly as possible. She wanted a CNC scene.
Okay,
now,
but I mean, I've set up CNC scenes.
If we pre-negotiate,
that takes a week planning minimum.
And when she
The
read
fastest
it,
I've ever done a CNC planning,
when she read
it took me a
he
week.
took the bag off. When she read it, he took the bag off.
Okay.
And I was also still within the pre-scene negotiation where I said it wouldn't be for more than a minute, and it wasn't, if you actually time it out.
If I read, he stops.
Because guess what? If you look at some of the CNC play that Alice and I engage in,
You'd be quite fearful.
but again, we pre-negotiate it. We have a safe word. The only difference is that this is somebody who's trying to use kink to shame somebody they don't like.
And thank you guys. Thank you for making me not want to do Twitch streams anymore. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. You have allowed the person who has hacked my Discord to succeed. You are welcome. Do you have any more questions while I'm here? Because I am happy to answer them. That Heartland thing? The Heartland? Are you curious about Heartland? The job that Mistress Dahlia took away from us?
Don't use her name.
I said Mistress Dahlia.
She bragged.
What? The only thing I know about Dahlia is that you guys had us go all over her profile on the old server. Other than that, there were no particulars ever stated of what was going on.
So
and because of the legal battle that we are currently engaged in, which, by the way, if we were in the wrong, we wouldn't have things happening this fast. Let's just put it that way.
It's not even happening fast.
But again, here's the point. That was negotiated
I'm waiting
prior
for their questions.
to
I'm
the
waiting
scene.
for any of them to have questions.
We're happy, and here's the thing, guys. We're happy to.
How many people are in here?
Do you realize
20
something?
people
I
are
want
in
you guys
here
to
and
realize
only one
something.
person is talking.
I want you guys to realize two things right now. Okay? Happily. Two things. One, Alexa, stop. Have we ended the stream?
No.
Have we hung up on this voice call?
No.
No.
We're still sitting here having a conversation with you because, frankly, this is worth discussing, and because it brings the topic to consent. Nala, we were just discussing consent and consensual non-consent. If a scene is negotiated something prior, and it's negotiated prior to the scene that no, I can't breathe otherwise, is part of the scene because they want to engage in a CNC scene, and a safe word is not used, does that qualify as consent?
That's when those periodic check-ins really come into play. If someone comes to me and says, I can't breathe, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that they're safe. You know, take that bag off their head and say, hey, look, are you okay? Can we continue?
But if it was pre-negotiated ahead of time that they didn't want it to stop unless a safe word was used or until the time limit that I had set was there, and that was the pre-scene negotiation, and there was another person present to maintain safety on top of that.
I mean, that's not my cup of tea just because I work in the health field.
And I get it's not everybody's cup of tea, but again, is it about what's cup of tea or what's consensual? I'm not trying to split hairs here, but I'm being honest with you.
And she's right there.
I'm being 100% honest with you. Lucifer said it right. You weren't there during the scene. And here's the thing. Now, because of this stuff, we actually record all of our pre-scene negotiations because of this. You want to know what the honest to God's truth is? I'll tell you what the honest to God's truth is. Alice and I were used by somebody.
Yes, she's able to speak.
Alice and I were used by somebody who took advantage of us, and then when we blew up past their involvement, got jealous, and tried to start shit. Period. And has tried to corrupt or twist anybody. We've had people reach out to every single one of our partners trying to incite drama, trying to incite problems. I have never committed a crime in my life. Period.
I've gotten a parking ticket. I've gotten pulled over for speeding.
If you want,
you guys really want
what
to
about
know?
what about the wage garnishments from your court case in 2017 about the bar that you didn't pay your rent on?
Okay, let's go ahead. No, we can discuss this. That's fine. First of all,
please tell them.
Two things. Actually, let me sit back down.
Mm.
Two things.
The court records are there. It's public knowledge.
I'm aware they're there, and I'm happy to discuss it. So let's have this conversation twofold. One, first of all, let's just be clear. Let's be 100% clear. First of all, does business problems have anything to do with relationships?
There's business problems, and then there's renting a space.
Hold on a minute.
But only paying.
I'm clarifying a question. Does it? The answer is no.
It brings up a certain point of characters.
No, it doesn't. No.
Like your character of person.
Okay, let me ask you this. How many times have a business failed in this country? How many times?
Probably all the time.
You want to know what happened with my business flat out? I'll tell you. Yeah, I opened a bar. I've actually opened 3 bars. Okay? The first bar I opened was doing very well to the fact that it outgrew the space. So my landlord at the time helped set me up with a second space. And he said, hey, by the way, you had signed a 5-year lease. I know the space doesn't work for you anymore. We're going to go ahead and have you move over here, and I'm just going to have you pay a residual fee. Great. Totally fine. When I went to the second bar, we were doing very well. The city changed the coding, and we had to end up closing early because we no longer had a kitchen. Because we were in a 100-year-old building that didn't have a hood. Didn't have a hood because we had to disable the hood when we opened. So we went within code. They changed the code. It didn't work, so I went into a third business. Okay? My third business, I was stupid. And I trusted 2 partners for the first time. Out of any 3 of my businesses, I trusted the wrong fucking people. And I gave them equal parts of my business. We took a third, and a third. And on that building, I was not on the lease. Despite the fact that I created the concept of the building, despite the fact that I created the drink menu, the food menu, did all the booking, did the entire concept, all the marketing, the web design, everything, all of that was me. One person was supposed to be a silent monetary investor. The other person was solely somebody who did the lights and sound. The person who did lights and sound, by the way, when I would try to disagree with the fact that, let me give you this idea, we'd be doing dinner and he would be blasting Sade at 130 fucking decibels. When we tried to disagree with him, he pulled a gun on me. When I bitched that he wasn't paying the staff as much as the DJs that were his friends, he fired the staff. When I bitched that the only person in the kitchen was his girlfriend, who was, by the way, 30 years younger than him and had no restaurant experience, and who would shut down the kitchen every Saturday because her and her boyfriend got in a fight, and I bitched about it, a gun was pulled on me. Again. And when that didn't work, because I wasn't on the lease, I was forced out of the business and took a $250,000 hit. And I had a discussion with the owner of the previous building, the first one, the one that the lawsuit's for. And I told him what the situation was, and he said, hey, I get it. Legally, we have to do this. And I declared business bankruptcy. That's in a bankruptcy. Shit happens with businesses. Guess what? You want to compare me to fucking Trump? First of all, not even fair. But how many fucking bankruptcies did he have? Yeah, I trusted the wrong fucking people and I got fucked over. Period. That's what that is. But if you look at that, that's also not criminal. That's civil, by the way. Okay? To address that. To address marks, guys, you go on FetLife, guess what? The marks, like, I'm sorry, this shows skin breakage due to impact play. That's bullshit. I can give you fucking 50, 60 accounts right now off the top of my head on FetLife that play heavier than that. And you guys know that's true.
Oh,
As far
I've been
as
on there
doing
for years,
legitimate
but I know
modeling
that.
shit,
But still,
no. I'm going to address this one at a time so you guys have it, because I'm frankly sick of the bullshit. As far as the modeling stuff, yeah, I've worked with 3 different magazines, and I've gotten people published. I've gotten people set up with Suicide Girls and gotten them paid for it. I used to not be anywhere in the front of it. I used to just help people from behind because I didn't give a shit. I didn't want to be in the front of it. Us being in the front of it only happened in the last 4 to 5 months. Me being on a dating site, sorry, nothing wrong with that. Me having a day job has nothing to do with kink. Like, I'm sorry, this whole bullshit about the non-paid interns and all that shit they're trying to say has nothing to do with kink. Has everything to do with the mainstream business doing graphic design, web design, payment processing, and etc. Cold calling, sales work, a legitimate W-2 employer. So unless you're saying that because I'm involved in kink, I can't have a day job that's separate, then that's...
I work highway construction.
Okay, well...
I run light industrial machinery. That's my day job.
I get it, but I'm saying, like, my day job happened to be sales. Happened to be building a team in a corporate sales environment. Okay? As far as the tasks, if I'm asked by somebody to have photo and video tasks, then that's fine. Alice did them. Alice asked me before she was here. She was like, what kind of stuff would you like me to do? What kind of things would you like me to create? Doesn't mean we didn't have other conversations that specific to that.
Okay, but I mean, what's getting brought up, I'm noticing never involves Alice, except for what you claim. Some of the photos at the very end are of Alice's ass.
It doesn't matter whose ass it is. It's the fact, guys. Again, does Impact Play cause marks?
Some, but not to that degree.
That you would be wrong. And again, I can give you guys pull up fucking FetLife for 5 minutes and look at shit. My shit's fucking lighter than some other ones. And also, by the way, that doesn't take into context how easily somebody bruises. And also, by the way, let me address these 2 things. If their motivations were fair, if their motivations were right, why would they A, hack the server and prevent myself and the moderators from having access to it or making changes?
Because, like we all watched you attempt to do, was to just cover it up before people could see and read everything.
No, I've never tried to cover it up.
That says to me you've got something to hide. That says to me, Elliot, there is some shreds of truth in what is being posted.
I'm also not going to involve drama in my fucking bullshit. And when I'm dealing with fucking filing charges against people, I'm certainly not going to do that. I'm sitting here just going through all this bullshit.
I mean,
and again, guys, by the way, some of this stuff that you are not realizing too. And I find the revenge porn comment really funny. Okay? And especially because I know where it's coming from, and this is why. And here's the thing: I addressed this with the mods. When I got back involved, I addressed it with the mods, and I had concerns that there were people in the server that were here for the wrong reasons, which clearly they are. Here's the funny thing about revenge porn: is that if you have a photo fucking release on somebody that you did professional work with, that is not the same thing. However, going to OnlyFans, going to Pornhub, going to FetLife or anywhere else, then taking that footage and sharing it without the intense consent of myself or whoever's involved in the video, guess what? That is revenge porn.
Okay,
I'm happy to discuss any of this with you because it's an important.
Okay,
point.
that's revenge porn. Let's look at yesterday in Gen Chat, where you voiced something out publicly, which I kept my mouth shut because that was fucking stupid. Several other members, some of the, couple of them. I know one was present in the stream. I saw his name. Flat out called you out. And then after the red was called, it wasn't staff that deleted everything. It was you. Which, having been staff both on this server and the old one, that's not what we do.
Okay, and I have an answer for that on a couple different fronts. First of all, did I reach out to somebody who said that they were in contact with customer care from TikTok? Yes, I did.
Okay, but that's not.
No.
That's not how you phrased it.
And
you
know what?
flat out stated that this guy was a hacker who said he could get your account back
by speaking with customer care. Which, yes, phrasing. I will say, because I'm not above reproach, that yes, it was phrased incorrectly, and I'm happy to say that.
Even then, I don't buy it, because one look at this guy's Instagram. I'm sorry, I've met hackers. I know guys that can hack. I know guys that can backtrace a phone call from the guys that say they're from Apple tech support in fucking India in 5 seconds.
And I'll tell you two things in regards to that person. One, when he said he was going to hack it, when he said that he could go the customer care route or the hacking route, I said I didn't want it to be hacked. First of all, when he offered to me today to hack whoever tried to fucking share screenshots of things from Discord with him, which FYI we were going to address, because everybody in the Discord should have an expectation of privacy and safety, because I've been a part of a community that has been outed. That's why the St. Louis community hardly exists anymore, because there's a toxic element, kind of like what we're dealing with here, who shamed a bunch of people for their own gain. Okay? But when he offered to do that, I said, no. Because that's not what I wanted to do. Now, if he had a way to contact somebody from their customer care in person, via email, via phone, because he had a buddy, whatever, okay, I was willing to do that because our account was banned on false pretenses. That being said, I'm not stupid enough to pay somebody to do something based purely on their word. So my concern was entirely, when asking people to reach out, which again, yes, I could have phrased it better, was asking them to reach out to either hopefully A, see if he was legit, or B, make some kind of inclination that if he actually could get me in contact with the right people, then fuck yeah, I'd pay for that privilege. Which is not illegal to get a hold of somebody. I've explored every option. I've emailed support. I've talked to their Twitter.
Yeah. So here's an interesting little tidbit. Why have you changed your FetLife profile from what it was half an hour ago?
I haven't.
I mean, I'm being told you have.
I have not changed.
I'm willing to bet I go and click. I'm willing to bet I go and click the link to your profile, and I take a look at it. It's going to be very different from what I saw half an hour ago. So what exactly are you trying to hide now?
I've not changed anything.
Well, I haven't even been on our FetLife. What are you talking about?
The fact that you just said that made me scared that somebody hacked it.
What are you?
Well, I just got a message saying that it's now been changed.
Changed to what though? The fuck are you talking
Don't know.
about, dude?
I don't know. I'm clicking the link. I'm about to have a look myself because I'm curious.
You can look at my latest activity right now. Nothing has been changed.
Go back. I'm trying to.
Like, guys, I'm sorry, but like, do you not understand that what you're dealing with? You were dealing with somebody who has failed in their false attempts and is now trying to turn our community against us. Period.
I think it's someone personally. I think it's someone who feels that you have wronged them, and they're bringing your community against you. And in all honesty, if anybody else in this room is as questioning as I am, because I'm sorry, I don't take things at face value. I want to see shit. to believe it. I've even called out my own bosses saying, look, you get me something written proof that I can keep with me, that this is on the up and up, then fine. I mean, I've worked for too many Italians that like to try and slip shit under the radar, but maybe that's just me. I don't believe people when they just say this is what's actually going on. I need a little more proof than that. Or I need, prime example, the sub that you had the plastic bag over, I'd love to hear it from her that whole scene was on the up and up. Because, I mean, right now, it doesn't look like it's on the up and up.
And by the way, the reason why I can't ban anybody from the server right now is because somebody who has the intent of trying to cause this, and I wouldn't ban you, by the way. I'm fine having this discussion with you, but I just want to bring.
I mean, I was contributing to your stream. I'm Juggernaut.
Excuse me. I'm sorry to interrupt everything, but there is someone who wanted to speak. They were in questions. I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me. Hey, can you guys see me?
You're not seeing this?
We see you, you're good.
Okay, hi. For many of you that know me, I was previously known as Gypsy. And I would just like to come in here today to like pretty much end all of this shit. Because every allegation against Elliot is the truth. And I'm sorry, I'm shaking. This is a lot to deal with.
I don't blame you for shaking.
But yeah, no, I'm not coming in here to like be awful or anything. But like, I just want everybody to know like that it's the truth. Like, a lot of shit has happened to me, and currently dealing with a lot of that. But I just kind of wanted to put an end to all of Elliot's like talking around all of his bullshit to like make himself sound better stuff, and just come out and let you guys know, like, yes, you guys know me, I was there. Like, I'm telling the God's honest truth. Like, he's not a good person, guys. He's really not. Thank you for listening, I guess.
I'm so glad that she's the one that came in here, because guess what? No. And I wish she would have stayed, because clearly she didn't. And that's
I'm right here.
No,
I'm
she's
right
still here. She just turned her camera off.
I'm not afraid of you.
She didn't leave.
We addressed this when she left, and we tried actually to be very polite about it. But let's go ahead and get into it.
You addressed
Our
her
relationship
side,
with Gypsy
and
was just fine until she stole $2,000 from us for Xanax, which there's a police report of.
Actually, Elliot, I'm sorry, may I speak? There's
No,
actually
because
video
here's the
proof
thing.
that.
You had your
Hey,
chance
no,
to
no,
speak.
no, no,
Now
no,
I'm
no.
gonna have my
I'm gonna
chance
tell
to
the
speak.
truth. I'm gonna tell the truth. I'm going to tell the truth. There is video proof of the person who stole the money at the ATM. The cop showed me the fucking picture. I know the cop. It's my hometown. Like, I
With your
have
debit card and your
proof that
PIN
it's
number, how did you get your
not
PIN
me.
number?
I'm sorry?
How did you get your PIN number?
I don't fucking know. He got
Bullshit.
into my phone. It was in my
Bullshit.
notes.
okay,
I'm sorry.
whoa, Beast.
Like, he
Seriously?
always does
No,
this. All he
no,
does is...
no, because here's the
No,
thing.
no,
And you know
all he
what?
does is
I'm going to talk
gaslight.
over it
This is
because
all
we've
this
already
man
dealt
has
with
ever
this.
done.
We've dealt
People
with this
have their
fucking months
identity
ago.
stolen and their bank information taken all the time. It has happened to my father, who, hell, I don't know a more cautious man in the world with his banking information.
Okay, so here, you know what?
Actually,
There's
Elliot
a police
Bravo
report.
has
Hold on,
my
wait a minute.
identity
Let's
as
deal
well.
with this one thing at a time. Okay? Because here's a perfect example. We were completely fine and functional. Alice was here for all of it, which, by the way, Alice was here for all of it. So again, do bear in mind that you have somebody that was right fucking here the entire time you were here.
Yeah, there was also another person. Her name was Ivy. Do you remember that?
Sure do. And guess what? In your particular case, everything we did is on video, by the way. But let's address this one thing at a time. Everything was fine. You informed us you were going home to get more of your stuff from your grandfather's house to move into your own apartment, which, by the way, to clarify, you had your own apartment. We weren't making you move into ours. You came and left as you went. You had your own phone. You had your own phone. By the way, to clarify, like we've had a person in our chat who's an actual victim of trafficking.
I'm an actual
who wasn't allowed to leave, who didn't have a phone, who didn't have a car. Okay, first of all, she came and went multiple times. She came to my play. Okay, like again, everything was consensual and otherwise. She was already working, doing modeling stuff and stripping at the time. Okay, everything was perfectly fine. She said she was going home to pack up her stuff and come back. That was the story we were told. We were in communication with her. Everything was fine. All of a sudden, in the middle of the night one night...
to get the fuck out of there.
Right. Okay.
Right. What do you mean?
I have screenshots.
Hang on a second. Wait. Hang on a second. I'd like to address that.
To verify, but I'm going to finish my statement because you had your chance to lie, so now we're going to tell the truth. Okay?
I don't lie, but go right ahead, Elliot.
Which, by the way, it's really funny because, you know, when people kept calling you out for your bullshit, you suddenly deleted everything.
Actually,
by the way, and then
wasn't me.
Also, started with your new boyfriend already, doing breath play, doing an OnlyFans, doing everything you were already doing.
Do I have an OnlyFans right now? No.
But that's okay.
No, I don't.
So here's the deal.
Because I have daily fucking seizures from the PTSD that you caused me, Elliot. I don't do shit anymore.
So nothing. Okay, here's my question, Gypsy. Before
you get to your question,
I don't want to make you. I don't want to force you to relive a trauma, but it would be enlightening for everybody else in the room and on Twitch if the stream is still up. What was it that caused the PTSD? If you don't mind sharing it.
Yeah. So I don't know if well, there's many things because I was there for I think 2 months, so a lot. There's a lot. But the main thing, there's like a really hard like impact play that goes along with it, and like I already have like previous trauma. I was made to like, I'm not like downing like the little community at all. It's a great thing, but like I personally have childhood trauma, and it bothers me myself to be that person, and I was forced to be that person, and I didn't want to, and there's just so many things that I really don't want to talk about publicly right now.
That's fair.
But yeah, I'm
sorry.
sorry.
Okay, so here you go. Before I finish the other story, the scene she's talking about, by the way, we have full video of that she consented to. That she consented to.
Where I told you to cut.
That we discussed with her afterwards.
Because I started having a seizure because I had a panic attack. So there's that in there. There's also a portion in there where I look up at the camp, or I look up at you actually, and ask if you're gonna cut me with fear in my eyes. And you say, "Do you trust me?" And it takes me a solid 5 seconds to be like, yes. That is
5
not
seconds
fucking
hesitation.
That's not fucking consent, Elliot.
No. I'm agreeing with you, Elliot. I'm sorry. If you've been a dom, as long as you state you've been a dom, 5 seconds hesitation, there is no consent there, bar none.
Again,
there's video proof of
First of all, and here's the point. Here's the thing. For weeks after that, as she came and left, everything was fine. So again, let's discuss this as fairly as we need to. So all of this happens. She goes back home. She's still in communication with myself, with Alice, with Ivy. Everything was fine. And by the way, during that scene, there was never a safe word used, nothing. Until there was one used, and then the scene stopped, as scenes should.
There was no safe word.
Stop.
There was stop the camera, and I fell to the fucking floor.
No. So now, she's back home, which, by the way, the first thing she told Alice and I, the very first fucking thing she told Alice and I, was that how bad it was back in fucking wherever the fuck she lived. And how happy she was. And how at home she felt. And how safe she felt. Multiple times. And by the way, the whole thing I mentioned about checking in with her when she wasn't present, we did that too. Consistently. Now, we didn't have a single problem. And actually, if you guys, before the old TikTok got deleted, there was dozens of videos when she was here and not here talking positively about it. Now, she goes home and she lies to us because in the police report, by the way, which she denied when we called her on it, in the police report, she was with her ex-boyfriend who was a minor. She was fucking a minor while she was lying to us and saying
Also
that
not
she was
true.
with her grandfather. It is
I
in the
went
police
back
report.
home to hang out with my friends,
It
and
is
one
in
of
the
them
police
is a
report
shitty
that she
person
was
and stole
sleeping.
fucking money from me.
She
and
was
he tries to
sleeping
blame it on me.
next to her
He
boyfriend.
always tries to blame shit on his victims to make himself not look
I
bad.
mean, Elliot, there was a point. I'm sorry, hang on a second. I gotta stop you. There was a point where, because of where mine and an ex's birthdays were, there was a short period of time where I had 3 years on her. So I was 20 and she was 17.
I'm not criticizing her for hanging out with somebody.
Right, but I mean, by what you're stating, that makes her a minor. So really, then I'm a monster. Like, but the way you're going about this.
If you talk to certain people, they would consider you that, despite the fact of the law, they would say that. I'm not saying
Right, and the greatest thing is I get to pull this lovely card out that says Romeo and Juliet's Law.
And that's
because
fine.
the relationship was started while we were both still minors.
And that's
but
fine.
regardless,
I'm not here to judge you. I'm making the point.
Right, but I mean, you're judging her.
No,
was
I'm
that
not.
the situation?
I'm not judging her for that.
Because I had cops do it to me, where all of a sudden cops jot their own feelings in the reports, and it makes it into official reports and into actual record.
No, hey, you keep asking him to explain himself and then cutting him off.
Thank you, whoever that was. Now, I could give a fuck if the kid was 17, 18, 19, whatever the fuck he was. That's not the point. Although, personally, do I think it's in bad taste for somebody who's 19, 20, or older to be hanging out with somebody who's still in fucking high school, or should be? Yeah, I do. And I'm allowed to have that fucking opinion. Because I won't even fuck with somebody who's 18. So, yeah, I think it's a little fucking shitty. But that's not the point that I'm making. The point was, we, at the time, were in a fucking polyfidelic relationship. And she lied. Not only did she lie about why she was going home, she lied about where she was, she lied about who she's with. And in the police report that we have, which, by the way, she didn't want to press charges against the kid for stealing the money, which is a little fucking sus. But it says I'm not going to use her real name, but name was sleeping next to her boyfriend, a minor. It literally says it in the police report. And the cop flat out fucking said, there's no way that he got that fucking PIN number. And the kid, by the way, who fucking got that PIN and took that money is still out because she wouldn't press charges against him for the theft, by the way, who bought a motorcycle with the money he stole, and she didn't want to do anything because her boyfriend and him were roommates. And the police have this all on file.
The police
okay, so first of all, she lied about her relationship status. She lied about where she was. Now, whether or not he got access to her PIN or she gave it to him, which more than likely what it was is, I'm too fucking high, here, go take some money. Right? He took out $2,000 out of our joint account, which is not just money that she earned, but money that I earned from my day job that, by the way, we gave her access to. Okay? Wasn't her personal account and she tried to lie when she made the post on TikTok. No, it was a joint account that she shared with Alice and I that also had my personal day job income going into, because I wanted to make sure that everybody always had, because that's what, in my opinion, when you're in a relationship with somebody, you all take care of each other. That's how it is. That might be old school thinking, but fine. So she lied about that.
Elliot,
and it was only after she came back.
Would you like me to show people proof of the legal documents from that whole ordeal? Because I did press charges. There's my signature. There's everything you just said.
After we made you hold him accountable.
No.
We made you. How many times did she say she didn't want to press charges because it would fuck up her life back home? When it put us in a financial strain to lose $2,000.
Okay.
And by the way, Ivy wanted us to fucking break up with you at that point because
Actually,
of the
I
money,
spoke-
because she didn't trust you. And
Yeah, Ivy said that apparently that I said the same thing about her as what you told her, so that's a blatant lie that you tried to
what
pin
did Ivy say?
against each other. So there's that. My phone's gonna die.
What did Ivy say? Gypsy made her feel like a caretaker.
Oh,
Because you didn't fucking do shit to help her out.
That's not true, because Ivy actually told me that you had told her that I was annoyed by her and I didn't want her around. So, and that obviously wasn't true.
It's funny it's funny though how your story keeps changing, and yet we've been saying the same thing about you from minute one.
When did my story change at all?
Oh, by the way, I also forgot. Also, because now you're trying to adjust what Ivy said.
Thank you for changing the subject.
You're trying to
but how
adjust
did
what
my
Ivy
story
said. No, you're
change?
trying to adjust what Ivy said. So here's the thing: you lied about a relationship, red flag. You lied about the theft, red flag. You lied about where you
Elliot,
were,
you
red
raped
flag.
me
First
at
of all,
fucking gunpoint. You held knives to my throat. You did so much shit. You made me take fucking painkillers and muscle
Bullshit.
relaxers and made me eat
Bull
fucking Adderall when I was
fucking
too
shit.
tired to make TikToks.
Bullshit.
Stop fucking lying to people. I
Bullshit.
can't do it anymore.
Bullshit.
I'm tired of being dissed for my own fucking trauma because
Bullshit.
your fans are so wrapped around your finger. I'm tired of it.
Bullshit.
I can't do it anymore.
Even people in the chat are knowing you're fucking fake. Bullshit.
You keep changing your story. It's odd. That's all.
And people are saying,
I mean, when her her story's changing based on what he's bringing up. So of course her story is going to change slightly because he's bringing up this point and this point, and this happened a couple days later. This happened a couple weeks
slightly
later.
that her story is changing anymore. It's big jumps now. A little
Right, but he's
little
bringing
details
up
here
big
and there is
jumps.
one thing, but that is big jumps that her story is changing. His story has not changed.
And his is changing in big jumps as well because he's bringing up all sorts of different points.
Cats
Listen,
1983 in the
everybody take just a
Cats-
moment to
Cats,
breathe.
hold on. Now I'll let you talk in just a minute. Cats 1983 said it best. When this all went down, two things. I want to make this abundantly clear. And one thing the Cats didn't say. One, when we broke up with them, we did not badmouth them. Hold on. Let me finish, please. We did not say a negative thing about any of our partners.
Hey, fuck you, dog. This fucking girl is seizing right now because of you. You're a fucking piece of shit. I hope you burn in fucking hell.
Okay,
You're
hold on. Anyway.
What? Convenient? It's not fucking convenient, you piece of fucking shit. I hope you burn in fucking hell.
By the way,
She
that's
fucking
the new
seizes all the
boyfriend that's
fucking
going to get
time
her a
because of you.
record deal.
Burn in fucking hell, dog.
That's the new
Burn in
boyfriend that's
hell.
going to get her
There's
a
a
record
reason there's
deal,
so
by
many
the
fucking
way.
cases against you. There's
Just
a
so you
reason
guys
there's so
know.
many cases against you.
There's not, but okay. Anyway, when all this happened, we tried not to say anything negative about her. And then when she
You're
made
a
up the lies,
psychopath.
we responded.
You're a psychopath. You're a
We
fucking
responded.
psychopath. I don't give a fuck.
Okay, you're not
I'm
being
not gonna fucking
productive,
stop
so
talking.
if somebody
I'm
can
not
mute
gonna
him,
fucking
please.
stop talking until she's okay. Fuck you. Suck a
We do
fucking
not
dick.
have the ability to mute at the moment. Like, all of our permissions are gone. However, there is something I do want to address. And it is something that has really been pissing me off for like the past 30 minutes that this has been going on. We don't know what happened. We fucking don't. At the end of the day, we don't. So to be sitting here telling somebody that, like, I don't know what the fuck happened. I don't know if anything that he has said has been what's happened. But for people to berate someone who is claiming to be a victim is fucked up.
Thank you.
We do not victim shame anybody. At all.
I'm sorry, I can't.
I didn't
Bella's
remove
got a
by the way,
point.
I didn't remove anybody from voice chat. So I don't
Elliot,
know
it
who got
seems
removed.
that you're willing to preach, but you don't practice what it is you preach.
No, I do. But here's my point. And again, she's had her
I have a
opportunity to
question.
speak. Nobody sat here. Like, I'm still trying to give you
It's
guys
okay, Eric.
the honest to God's truth.
Matt, fire away, bud.
Chaos. I've only had like 3 interactions with you on the server. And I know everybody else here. So I'm going to be as impartial as I can because that's the type of person I am. For those of you that don't know, and those of you that do know me, this is probably going to come as a surprise because I keep certain aspects of my life private because of the work that I do. I work in public service in 3 fields that kind of coerce and coexist. I work fire EMS and rescue as a medic. I am a state certified peace officer, and I work in corrections. I'm an auxiliary officer for the city of which that I work, which basically means that if they need somebody, they call me, or I can write like my own schedule. I work at the courthouse, whatever. I also do all of the court cases, transports, and etc. for my state prison. So I'm gonna swoop away from everything that's just happened and come back to the beginning here. I don't know what happened. I wasn't there. I don't know if what they're saying is true. I don't know if what you're saying is true. But what I am going to ask you is that if right now, for an investigation, if I was to call these people, oh, somebody's not happy with the food I gave them. If I was to call these people up and say, hey, can you tell me 100% this was consensual, this happened, and you were okay with it, would they tell me that?
Couldn't tell you at this point because obviously we have a propensity for somebody here who's going to lie. But the difference is, in my particular case, that I have video to the contrary. What you were talking about is and this is, guys, this is the point that I'm trying to get to, and this is why I'm frustrated that people will not let me speak, aside from the people here in chat who understand, by the way. Okay?
If you were in the room at the time, the answer probably would have been yes.
Yeah, if you had been in the room at the time, yeah, 100%. If you had been watching, or again, if you watched a video where I asked for consent, when a safe word's called, it stopped. I mean, guys, this is BDSM 101. But like we discussed earlier, if somebody safe words and it stopped, then that's my responsibility. If they don't safe word and I do everything that we negotiated beforehand, that is a consensual scene. Regret is not removal of consent. A fucking petty goddamn vendetta for whatever reason, which in this particular case, which I'll get to, has to do with the fact she didn't want to be held accountable for her own actions, is not a removal of consent. Okay, to address your concern. And by the way, I respect what you do. I work with first responders on a consistent daily basis.
Well, this brings me to my second question, and I'm not trying to put you on blast. And I want you to understand that I'm not taking sides in this.
If you notice, have I ended this again? I'm going to make this point.
No,
right?
And I'll give that to you. You haven't ended. You haven't hung up or anything like that. Which is why I'm going to ask you that if something that Eric pointed out to me that kind of struck something with me is that as a member of the community that I am and what I do for my community of which I live in, if somebody was to come to me and say, hey, such and such says that you've raped them, do you have any proof against that? No, let me call my lawyer and I will find your proof if that proof exists. And what I'm asking you is, you say that you have no obligation to that, but 9 out of 10 times, everybody that I've ever seen in a courtroom who says, I've got nothing to show to you, Judge, because I don't owe you anything, has turned out guilty. And I'm not saying you're guilty.
Oh, no. Let me clarify. Let me clarify on that question.
But I'm asking you, if everybody on this server, everybody on your stream says, sir, we want to see your evidence that says you're innocent, why can't we?
Because I don't have their consent to show the video. And I don't share things without consent. Although, by the way, again, here's my point. The video in question, that one of the videos that was brought up about the breath play thing, unless it's been cut up, which it might have been, we showed that, and she's not. And by the way, hold on. You know what? Let me address this too, because I'm gonna say this right now. Talk about the type of people we're dealing with. Okay. My employer was contacted under false pretenses. My former partner, Ray, was threatened by her job with a first responder because somebody threatened to out her to her employer. And now we find out that Ari, our partner, somebody contacted her parents and outed her. She's an adult. but she still has family ties. Now, let me ask you something. What type of before I get into the rest of this, first of all, what type of person contacts somebody's mother and goes, do you know that your daughter's submissive, and then tries to fucking cause problems? That's outing. That's toxic as fuck, right? And all the goal of that was to try to separate us from our people that care about us, just to clarify. Also, additionally, and yes, it was, by the way, bet it's Nick. You're going to go ahead and get banned because yes, it was. Because I have a screenshot. Somebody, whoever, one of my mods, please take care of that person. Yes, it was. We have a screenshot to the fact of it. And as a matter of fact, it's part of what we've handed over to law enforcement, was that her job was threatened, my son was threatened, etc. Now, we showed Ari the video in full. I showed Alice the video in full. And both of them, although they said that yes, it wasn't something that they would personally enjoy, acknowledge that I checked in with her, that she was consenting, that when she safe worded, it stopped. All three of those things. And then afterwards, when that part of the play stopped per her safe word, she went right back to smiling and says, why'd you make me wait to come so long? After I let her orgasm again. I also showed them pictures of a photo shoot that took place after that video, where everybody is all smiling and the other woman who was present during that scene is with her in these photos. Now, again, people have seen that video. I'm not going to share it, but if you actually look at the video front to back, it's what we've literally just discussed. Consent, safe word, stop. Afterwards, check in. Every bit of it's there. The only thing that's not there is the pre-scene negotiation, which, because of the toxicity we've dealt with, we now record that also, by the way, just to be clear. Now, if questioned, I happily have documents. And I have screenshots, and I still have all the video. I don't fucking publish it because I no longer work with these people. And I'm not going to share that because then that would, yes, be revenge porn. If I went right now and said, fucking Gypsy's line, here's the video, then I am committing a crime. I'm not going to do that. But if somebody wants to see the video in an official capacity, I would absolutely do that. It's one of the reasons why I keep those things.
And I get that. That's cool.
That's a matter. I'm sorry. That's just a matter of respect. And frankly, to be honest, I'm going to ask you a blunt question.
Sure.
Twofold, actually, because I do have respect for your position. One, I know criminals are stupid in general, right?
Most of them, yeah.
Most of them.
You have the occasional oddbar who is a genius criminal. That's why they don't get caught all the time.
But let's be 100% honest. If I was really, as they've tried to suggest, the head of a fucking sex trafficking ring with hundreds of victims and all this other bullshit, would I really be stupid enough to put my face on a public platform? Honest to God. Honest to God.
I'm going to answer your question the best that I can without offending you, because the Mexican cartel puts their faces on billboards in Mexico to advertise work at their
That's
cover
Mexico.
businesses.
That's Mexico,
but just let me finish here. It's not uncommon for someone who is running an organized criminal enterprise, as I would call it, to advertise under a false pretense to attract people. So do I think you're stupid enough to do it if, you are doing said things that you've been accused of? No, probably not. You don't seem like a stupid guy, because if I thought you was, I would tell you. And I don't mean to offend anybody in here. I'm very blunt whenever it comes to stuff like this. But I will tell you that not every organized president has ever been immediately caught and arrested. I mean, the best example, and this is something that they teach us whenever we talk about this in our classes at Academy, is they couldn't hook Al Capone for hundreds of murders and bank robberies. They had to hook him for tax evasion. because it was the only way that they could get him. Because there's always some sort of disconnect when you're smart enough to do that. So that is my answer to that. But
By the way,
what's your second question?
I do file my taxes and claim everything also, by the way, and I actually take the tax burden for all of it, just to clarify. So, but and that's a fair answer, but I appreciate you saying that. Here's my other thing.
Why don't I matter in any of this?
Well, you know what? That's the third question. Hold on. Let me say this.
Why don't I matter in any of this? I've been here for all of this.
I mean,
literal mutual witness to all of this. I could turn around and fuck you over in any second.
Alice has been here for a year and a half, guys.
None of you give a shit about the words that come out of my mouth? None of you?
I mean, that's part of my frustration too.
So you'll believe all of them at face value, but when words come out of my mouth, it doesn't mean jack squat.
And by the way, let's not forget also, and I want to address this too because I want to circle back to the other thing we were talking about.
Weak-minded little Alice, I guess.
Alice actually has documented epilepsy, and although we had seen Gypsy disassociate from time to time, it was, frankly, to be honest, it was only when she was supposed to help out around the house, like walk the dogs or otherwise. But we were the ones who suggested she seek medical care because it may have been something larger, by the way. But Alice has documented epilepsy to the point where actually part of the reason why we're stressed out right now is because it's complicated by stress and exhaustion, and her seizures have increased since all this bullshit has started. Since people have made threats against her, where she's afraid to walk the dogs. By the way, yes, to clarify, we were based in St. Louis. We're not anymore. Because we're fucking fearful of her safety and the safety of my son and the safety of our family. Just to be clear. But here's the other thing I want to ask you because you're in the chat. And I don't know if you've dealt with, yes, it's the same apartment in the background because my gear is still here. We've discussed that. But, can you have me a soda while you're over there?
And honestly, Deborah's internet is shit.
Yeah, Bree's internet's kind of garbage. But to clarify something too, the victim of trafficking and I understand that trafficking and all these other things there's a lot of different types, right? And we've actually, by the way, reached out to Rain, and spoke with people. We spoke with organizations of trafficking. We helped them. We had a person on here who spoke about. And by the way, Golden Rainbow needs to go ahead and be banned also because I've never said I wasn't allowed to have contact with my son. I don't know where the fuck you're getting that information from. I don't discuss my son on stream typically. But as a matter of fact, I've never up until you mentioned it earlier, I never knew you had a son at all.
For good fucking reason. For good reason.
Fair. If I had a kid, I'd be protecting the hell out of my child as well. Believe me, I totally get that.
So, but I mean,
but you just brought something up that makes me ask a very serious question. If Alice has seizures,
she was medically cleared because they're nocturnal. She was medically cleared to scuba dive because her seizures are nocturnal.
I'm medicated.
And she's medicated. She's on an anticonvulsant.
But regardless,
she was medically cleared.
If you have seizures of any kind, one of the biggest things they recommend not to do is scuba dive.
Because which again, we had her guys. She wouldn't be Patty certified.
I got the vaccine and it gave me a seizure. Oh no, guess what? I fucking dealt with it. I breakdanced for 5 minutes and I went back to bed.
She was Patty. She's Patty certified. It's not like I fucking certified her. Patty certified her. She was she had to go through a whole medical evaluation before we even fucking did it. Like, I'm not stupid, guy. I mean, come on. We went to her doctor. We went through it. They said, when do you have them? They're nocturnal. They're complicated by this. And this is the medication I'm on. They fucking cleared her.
You're not allowed to tell me how to live my disability.
I'm not trying to.
I know. I'm bringing it up because the person who we've dealt with this stalking and shit from has said that her seizures are fake and all this other bullshit. Okay? Now, to go on to the next topic that I was going to mention to you. We had a person in here who was an actual victim of trafficking. That was in a house with no heat. That wasn't allowed to leave. That wasn't allowed to have contact with the outside world. Didn't have a phone. And if you look at the standards for trafficking, if you look at the cases of people who have been trafficked, one of the first two things that they express is that people are not allowed to leave or have contact with the outside world unless it's controlled. It's one of the very first things, because that's how a trafficker asserts their control over somebody to make sure that their people don't run or otherwise. Right?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, to counter that, okay, and also, by the way, those people don't have access to a debit card. They don't have access to funds, all this other bullshit. Now, I can say unequivocally a couple different things. Every girlfriend I've had in probably the last decade has had access to my income. Not me taking their income. They've had access to my income. Case in point, one of the people that I'm dealing with right now, one of the people that's trying to talk this bullshit, her whole excuse was that while she had access to my $90,000 a year of day job money, was that because we were in a even though we were in a relationship, we shared a home, we shared bills, all this other stuff, that she shouldn't have had to have been responsible for her portion of rent, phone, food, whatever. And I've asked this question to multiple people. Whether you're in a relationship or otherwise, you're responsible to feed yourself, right? You're supposed to take care of your own shit. And even on top of that, I actually ended up making sure that anything she needed, she had. So again, it's not the fucking way it's being made to seem. And on top of that, they all came and left as they went. They all had their own phones, their own cars. Like, I mean, for fuck's sake, to be 100% fucking blunt, let me ask you just a real common sense question. If I was doing that, would they have met my parents on multiple occasions? Would they have gone to police fundraisers with me? Would they have gone to a shitty fucking play that I was in? Not once, not twice, but gone to it multiple times, been in the audience around people, been in the talking to the cast. Like, guys, it's a common sense thing. It's Occam's razor. Okay? The simplest definition is usually the right one.
May I say something?
Please.
I know for a fact, because I myself am a victim of a form of trafficking. I was sold from the ages of 5 till I was 16 for money to let people have sex with me. So, and you don't have access to a phone and you don't have access to a family unless it's controlled. And you are told what to say and when to say it.
Were you allowed to leave on your own accord?
No. Like, the only reason I got to leave was because it was court ordered.
Did you have your own money?
No.
Did you have your own car?
No.
Did you have your own phone?
No.
And by the way, were you able to stream on Twitch whenever you wanted?
Nope.
I'm sorry that you've had to go through that.
It's okay.
But this is and guys, the reason why, you want to know why I'm upset by this, honestly? And especially my law enforcement person. Because she is a victim. And every time somebody makes a false, and law enforcement person, maybe I'm wrong, but I have to assume that every time somebody comes in and makes a false allegation, that it makes the law enforcement people question actual allegations just a little bit more, doesn't it?
It kind of depends. We've had people make 100 false allegations and they make one right allegation, and I can't speak for your police department, but I know at least ours. If you make 100 I've cried wolf calls, and you call one more in that's right, we still have to treat every call as if you're not crying wolf, even though we know you are.
I'm not saying one person in general. I'm saying the system as a whole. Do false reports not waste your time?
Oh, do they waste my time? Fuck you. That's the same as if I show up because you say you want to go to the hospital, and I get there and you're like, I don't want to go to the hospital. I'm just going to go to the doctor in a week. It's the same thing for both sides of the field, whether you be law enforcement or fire rescue, either one.
And by the way, here's my other point. You want to talk about people that are.
Love to happen.
You want to talk about people that are.
No, continue. I'll let you finish your sentence.
You want to talk about people that have ulterior motives. Somebody just in the chat just literally threatened to release our other address. For what purpose? Which, by the way, is illegal.
Can I speak now?
Go ahead.
For those of you who don't know, it's Ray. They are still living in St. Louis. That's their apartment, all their shit in it. We're not fucking stupid. The only thing that I'm going to add here is that my job was never threatened. My life has never been threatened. None of them have been threatened with physical harm. His child has not been threatened. This is absolutely absurd. The evidence was posted in the Discord. That is all public information. If you click on Instagram in the link tree, first and last name is there. There's a post on Instagram with an x-ray, which I'm actually surprised at this one, Elliot. Your date of birth and your full name is on there. You should fix that. You can Google that and you can find all of your public information. You should look into that because that's definitely not safe. Everybody should look into that. Please Google yourselves. So for the record, everything that was released is on public websites that has been voluntarily posted by Elliot, by Alice, whoever the hell is running those pages, voluntarily posted, put their information out there. All of that stuff that is just posted in Discord that I have looked at today, I have confirmed. You can get on Google, you can get on the other websites, and you can find it. It's right there for everybody to see. And you guys come to your own conclusions with that. You support whoever you want. It is okay to have opposing opinions. It's all right. People don't have to be banned. They don't have to be harassed for people to have opposing opinions. That is how life works. And for somebody that wants to get into politics, Elliot, you should understand that opposing opinions are allowed.
Ray, you know what? I'm glad you're here because I didn't get to have a conversation with you prior, aside from text messages, which doesn't really get us anywhere.
Go ahead, in front of everybody.
No, that's fine. So a couple things. One, and I've got the screenshots of the text. I'm not gonna fucking share 8,000 text messages. But
so now you want to share information, but not where apparently I was threatened.
No, that's what I'm getting. That's what I'm about to say. You just said your job was never threatened. Did you not?
No, my job was not threatened.
That's what you just said, right?
The words on that Twitter post.
No. Hold on a minute.
Why do people in government jobs associate with people that do these things? That was not a direct threat to anybody.
Okay, but then when we pulled all your stuff from TikTok, why did we pull it?
Why is it still in archives?
I said
on
TikTok.
OnlyFans.
I said
for the record, guys. Let me add here.
Hold on a minute.
There are some pictures. No. You're going to let me fucking talk.
I will let you finish. And Ray, but we're going to do one topic at a time.
You are going to let me get a word in because this is the one place you can't ban me from.
I didn't.
You're welcome, by the way. You can't ban me. How'd that one work for you? I never, ever consented to anything being on OnlyFans, anything being on Facebook, anything being on Instagram, clothed, unclothed. I don't give a shit if I was grocery shopping. I did not consent.
There's two other people that have a different opinion than that.
Oh, really? I consented to being on your personal Facebook, your
Yes.
personal Instagram.
You were on
I had
our personal
absolutely
TikTok.
no knowledge
You were on
that
our
was
personal
on there
TikTok.
until I tracked it down.
You were on our personal TikTok.
None.
You were on our personal TikTok.
The TikTok videos that I was in, I consented to.
You consented.
The
Honey,
photos
again, Ari,
on your
again, it's not
OnlyFans,
just me and Alice.
on your Facebook,
It's not just me and
on
Alice,
your
honey. It's Ari, too.
Instagram.
Ari,
I was
Ari
not
said the same thing.
asked about that.
Ari said the same thing, by the way.
And the picture of my ass when we did the butt painting, I didn't even know that picture even existed. So you can't come at me with, you consented to the picture being taken.
Also video of that.
Where? Because I didn't know it fucking.
But I have it.
I'm sorry. Hang on, wait. So in this video, Elliot, you have her agreeing that you can post photos of said activity.
Exactly.
It's not. It wasn't just you took a video of a fun family event. I mean, my girl's hoping to come over from England in August, and I'm planning on doing the butt photo and hanging it on my wall. I'm not going to share it with the world because that's something she wants to do for me. Even if I record her doing it, that's a fun family video. I don't explicitly have her consent, even by her and I being in a relationship. I do not have her consent to post that shit anywhere.
Nor would I assume that, but I will tell you that here's the thing.
It sounds like you just did.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Oh, no.
I have another question.
Hold on. She said her piece. Let me say mine. A couple different things. One, and she's probably, I don't know if she'll tell the truth or not, but
okay.
And again, and by the way, again, I want to reiterate the fact that like this isn't just me and Alice's word. When all this bullshit started now with Ray, we spoke to Ari about it.
Bullshit. Okay.
And Ari verified everything we said. But to clarify.
Okay, but the night before she decided to come back to you guys, she was talking to us and she was upset at all the shit you did.
I let you talk. Did I not?
I don't give a. I have nothing else to say to you. You are the most disgusting human being I have ever seen in my fucking life. And I work in a job where I see the lowest of the fucking low.
So again,
I am
done with
you.
You don't want to let
You
me.
got
You don't want to let
everything
me
that's
speak
coming to you.
or give
Watch
facts.
your Discord burn.
I have a question. Oh,
Okay.
well.
Hold on. I'll get to your question. But here's my point. Do you see, again, I was willing to have a conversation. Do you see how that just happened? Now, any one of my partners that's honest can attest to the fact that one of the first conversations that Alice and I ever have with anybody, and God forbid, you know what? There's people that we've spoken to recently that would say the same thing, that we are 100% upfront and says, hey, we have a public platform. So your stuff will be shared publicly. If you are not okay with that, we cannot pursue a relationship. With one caveat. If you do not want to do adult content, that is your prerogative. And if you guys notice, Ari never did adult content. The one time we recorded anything with Ray, we had consent. Not only in the moment, but after the fact. Something Ari identified. Okay? Now, if that Twitter post was not directed at Ray, which
on your OnlyFans too, without her knowledge, she fucking told us. FYI.
Who was? Who was banned without knowledge? What was that? Okay, regardless,
Couldn't make out
it's
what,
fine. So
I couldn't make out what she said. She came in talking.
I think she said Ari was banned, which she wasn't. Ari was actually restored. Somebody else banned her, and we immediately restored her. And anybody who's a mod can verify that because I said, hey, I bypassed Chastity to put her back in. I said that.
Ari's name doesn't show up as a ban in any of the warnings and bans chat, and that's been set up since the server started.
Right.
Because I assisted in setting that up.
Right. But when all this shit happened, Ari messaged me and said, hey, Gingy said you removed my privileges and banned me. I didn't. We weren't even in the Discord at that point. That's when we were still trying to discuss with Gingy. That's what I'm saying. You guys see, like, this is the shit that I'm talking about.
I mean, the only person that it shows that you yourself has banned is
Do you
Ray.
understand this? I can't even get into it.
I'm
I
not
can't even make changes.
I'm gonna okay.
Okay,
So
but hold on,
I
but hold on,
run.
let me
No, hang
I
on,
want to
hang
answer
on,
your question.
I'm gonna explain something to you. I run a free program, completely legal, follows complete Discord TOS, but it lets me run plugins. And I can click on every single user and see what their perms let them do. Now, you, Urban, don't have your beast role. You are sitting in this server as complete Gen Pop. Therefore, that is why you are not able to ban or kick or silence anybody.
Which does nobody see that that's fucked up, that I don't have permission on my own server.
It's not your server.
Yeah, it is. It has my fucking
No,
name
it's
on it.
not. I'm sorry. I've been here since day one. I was on the original server starting November 7th, and the first time I saw you on the original server was almost a month after I joined, and it was simply just to type in something to start a witch hunt. You had private meetings with Sophie. You hardly ever discussed anything with the staff until we got you into a meeting ourselves, because Sophie decided to leave, because we felt that we felt, not just felt, we had proof that we could no longer trust her to lead us.
And I trusted your guys' opinion on that. And I also, by the way, trusted Gingy, my partner, to be involved in our Discord.
Okay, so then why remove her perms? Why ban Ray?
And I'm getting to that if you would let me finish.
Like I'm simply stating, you call this your Discord. Yes, it says Beast and Bells. You didn't cultivate it. We did.
Where do you think the following
The staff
came from?
that exists
Where
and the
do you
staff
think
of the
the
past.
following came from? I'm sorry, but where do you think the following came from for the initial Discord and the one that this went to? Our 500,000 followers.
I'm sorry, I followed it. I joined the Discord when you stated that it was being launched. I literally joined it right off the hop. I'm the one that was pushing for education in every single staff meeting. You can ask other staff that was there. Once I was made a staff member, I was the only person on the fucking server pushing for classrooms and an education area. And Sophie flat out blocked every aspect of it. She wouldn't let the Allfather come in. He builds servers for fun. She literally shut out anyone that could do something better than she could or had better ideas.
And we made
or if it wasn't her idea, she blocked it all out and claimed that it was like in staff meetings, she openly stated it was her show.
And you know, and here's the thing. You know what? I'm not gonna lie to you. Have I made mistakes with both servers? I sure have, because you know what? I don't know Discord, so I've made mistakes. And I will fucking admit that. I had a conversation with the Allfather today or
then
yesterday.
Don't claim that it's your server. If you're not the one building and cultivating, we're the ones that are in here day to day, talking with everyone.
So
following on TikTok doesn't mean shit.
Now you're talking about being bitter over credit, and I've given credit to the mods multiple times, but again, I'm sorry.
From what I've heard, you came in and basically demanded it automatically be turned over to you because you came in saying, well, it's got my name on it, I own it.
Where did the following come from?
In all honesty,
I'm sorry, but you know what?
I've seen the chats. The Allfather is my fucking roommate and best friend of 20 years.
This gets to the core of the issue.
He shared things with me in confidence, and I'm like, look, I flat out said to him, I'm not going to base any determinations of what's going on until I see shit in front of my eyes. And from what I'm seeing, you are scum on the bottom of a fucking river. You are what gives the BDSM community globally a bad name.
Wrong. You know what gives the BDSM community a bad name? You know what honestly gives the BDSM community a bad name? People like Dahlia who falsely...
I'm sorry, what does Dahlia have anything to do with this?
Because all
Please
of this
don't blame
shit
victims.
has been cultivated by that person. When you kink shame somebody for something consensual that's been negotiated because you don't fucking like them, that is what has a problem in this scene. Saying that rope play is inherently safe, but that a blood choke is not, is what gives this scene a bad name. Bad information is what gives this scene a bad name. Okay? And again, I am extremely thankful for all of the work the mods have done. That being said, we were the ones who cultivated a 500,000 followers on TikTok. A TikTok that was banned under false reporting.
Okay, you had a
Wait,
500,000 followers
let
on
me finish,
TikTok,
because
and
let me
the
finish,
old
because I wanna
server
answer all of
topped
your
out at a
concerns.
little over 400.
470.
So I'm sorry.
It was like 420,000, whatever the fuck. It's a 500,000, close enough.
No, but even still, 420,000 is a hell of a lot, a hell of a big difference from a Discord server.
Okay, Jesus Christ! But the problem is
No. I'm talking specifically the Discord server. Only had 400 and some odd total, not 400 and some odd thousand.
Where did they find it? Our link from TikTok that we blew up. Which, by the way,
your link and
hold on. Please,
spreading the word and inviting people in.
People came in there because they wanted to interact with me, which is one of the reasons why I've been trying to re-interact with the Discord, because I have let it go. I trusted Gingy to run it. I shouldn't have done it. I should have been more involved. That's my fault. But to say that our fucking linking it from our massive social media profile didn't grow it is kind of fucked, bro. Okay? Now, to address your other concerns that you have. And again, please let me express, I haven't disconnected you from the call. I've not disconnected anybody from the call.
It's because you don't have the ability to. You can't.
Why haven't I hung up?
Because you feel...
I'm still live on Twitch, bro. If I had something to hide, why would I still be live on fucking Twitch? So let's talk about Ray. Let's go back to where we were.
I have a question about that, and I'm glad that you brought that up if I can.
Well, that's why. So I wanted to get back to it, and I wanted to answer your question, and then we got sidetracked again with other shit.
I have a couple of questions, but I'm going to start with the Ray thing. You've stated that you can't provide evidence against the allegation against you because you don't have consent. So I've messaged Ray and asked her if she would care for us to see that. And if she says no, go ahead. And she comes in here and says, no, go ahead and show them your evidence. Would you be willing to show us?
Depends on what it is. And here's the reason why.
And that's where I've got to tell you, as somebody that's in the line of work that I'm in, and I don't want you to feel like I'm trying to attack you because I'm not, that any other answer other than, yeah, I'll show you whatever the hell you want to show you I'm innocent, shows me that there is something that you don't want people to know.
I was more expressing the fact of TOS, my friend.
I understand TOS.
That's more what I'm talking about.
And I'll be honest with you, as somebody else who also builds servers for people and manages servers, because I actually have a second Discord account that is a member of the Dinobot that interacts with the shards, Frid, and such. The Discord TOS, to quote Disney's Great Pirates of the Caribbean, they're more like guidelines, because unless a member of the Discord reports you, or Discord has an actual Discord official in there to see that you violated it, there's nothing that's really going to be done or said to you, because there's no way for them to keep track of it. That's why so many servers are allowed to violate TOS until somebody reports it. Such as a server that I quit managing because somebody was violating the TOS, and they were doing it for a year, and I said, I'm not going to be part of this when I found out. And when they were reported, they were very quickly shut down, but they'd done it for a year without anything happening. But if she consents for us to see the evidence, I want to see it just to play devil's advocate, and I just want to know if we can.
And again, like I said, if it's within TOS, because again, I'm on Twitch, so I'm not going to end the Twitch stream until it's handled. But this is the point that I want to make. on a couple different fronts. Back to Ray. Okay.
Question after that.
And again, Ari, who unfortunately is not going to be here because of whoever fucking contacted her family, which I still, if anybody doesn't think that's fucked, then I don't know what the fuck's wrong with you. But
no, agreed. That's completely fucked. That's out of line.
Like, I come from an era of before kink was super online and like outing was a huge fucking thing. And again, I saw the St. Louis community implode because somebody sent a secret fucking camera into a play party that they weren't allowed to be at because they were a felon to get that party shut down. Of an event that ran in St. Louis for almost 30 fucking years.
I would love to know who this is.
Okay, so
It's against the law. He is violating.
So anyway, to go back to otherwise,
Coming on here saying all these jokes.
I want to address all of this. First of all, again, and Ari could back it up, Alice can back it up, anybody we've talked to recently could back it up. The very first conversation we have with anybody is that it is an unfortunate part of our life that we are a public platform and that we understand that some people cannot be a part of that public platform. And if they are not comfortable being a part of a relationship that is on a public platform, that we would respectfully not be able to pursue things with them, which sucks, but that's where we are. Okay, so that's part one. And again, to address the only caveat to that being adult content, because we're not going to force anybody to do adult content. And we've been in relationships with people, including Ari, where there was no adult content. But otherwise, public social media is where it's at. Ray told us, what was it, a month ago? Because I'm not going to fucking hide from it. Ray told us, was it a month ago, a month and a half ago, that somebody from her work was contacted about the TikToks, and that the TikToks and being part of that relationship and portraying it publicly put her job at risk. At which point we removed everything. Now, I had forgotten about the Facebook post, but again, that wasn't malicious. That was whatever. That's a mistake. But it was a relation. It was like, I think the picture on Facebook was like her and Ari and Alice doing homework or something, writing a paper. I don't know what the fuck it was, but it wasn't anything dirty. The one video that was on OnlyFans, we had consent for, which not only did Alice and I sit there and go, yes, we did. We discussed it. We discussed it after the fact multiple times. And meanwhile, she's just trying to gaslight us and saying, no, you didn't. And we're sitting here feeling like we're fucking nuts. And then we talked to Ari, and she's like, not only did she consent, but you guys talked about like a week later. Now, the truth of the matter is, as far as we can tell, what we found out, and why Ray was banned, by the way, was because I fucked up. Okay? I fucked up, and we created content with somebody. It was a business collaboration. We created content. We weren't dating the person. We weren't going to bring them into the family. We collaborated with another creator. Right? Fun, consensual, etc. And because of multiple reasons, I did not discuss the fact that we did it as openly as I should have with my partners, which was wrong. I'll admit that. I should have discussed it with them. That was a mistake. Okay?
Okay, so
now, when that was discovered, we had a conversation with Ari, Gingy, and Abigail. Ray only discussed things via text. She got heated. She did not want to discuss anything. That's where it ended. When we had our face-to-face conversation with Gingy, we came to find out that Ray had actually been lying to us about her relationship for the entire time we were with her. From the get-go, we were under the understanding. Now, mind you, understand, we do not have a one-penis policy. We don't have that at all. We merely say that we need to discuss things openly and honestly.
Apparently, neither does she.
However, we were informed that her, thank you, T-Lins, whoever you are, T-Lins 2000, they were very upfront with me when we had the conversation. We're still having this. That she had a roommate that she was sexually involved with. And some other fuck buddies or whatever. Okay, cool. Well, when all this conversation came down about this person that we collaborated with, turns out that Gingy made a mistake and let something slip. That her roommate was actually her boyfriend. And that when he found out she was engaged with other people, he threatened to kick her out on her ass. So she got caught in a lie and then asked us to remove all the social media references. Fine. And we still wanted to date her because at the time we thought we were protecting her job. We still didn't know at that point that it was her boyfriend. We did not know it was her boyfriend until 3 days ago. And then all of a sudden, when Gingy let this slip, and you could tell in that moment, she kind of went like, oh, fuck. Because even Ari looked at us and goes, I didn't know that. So that's 3 of us that didn't know. And I don't think Abigail knew. I think the only people who knew were Gingy and Ray. All of a sudden, then it became this witch hunt dogfight bullshit. And I'm going to add the fact that Ray started the fight about Abigail while we were down in Key West. And was really negative from that point on. I didn't see it as well as I should have. Alice brought it to my attention. Ray, and I found out later that Ari said too that Ray made her uncomfortable because of how negative she was. So I don't know if it's jealousy. I don't know if it's she got caught by her boyfriend and he got pissed or what. But it's just the timing's a little fishy, right? Also, I want to address the fact too that in the last week, when we said we were pursuing legal means to protect ourselves from so and so, I don't really want to discuss it too openly because I don't know what that affects what we're doing. Ray started pushing for a lot of information. Really oddly, because it really didn't have anything to do with her. It was to protect Alice and myself. And all of a sudden, when all that came to light, this is also when all this suddenly happened. So the timing's just not quite adding up for me. All right? Now, as far as Gingy goes, Gingy was also equally upset about the fact that we didn't discuss this outside partner. Which, again, my fuck up, right? And then all this shit happened with Ray. So I went to Gingy when all this happened, and I wanted to protect the server. And I literally said to her, and I think I even said it. I think I said it in DM, but I'm pretty sure I said it in the office chat as well. I said that until I can have a discussion with Gingy about her intentions with the server, I have removed her privileges because, frankly, I was worried that something like we're dealing with now was going to happen. She chose not to speak with me. She chose not to stick around. She just said, fuck you, have fun with the shit show. I tried to keep her on staff and involved because of the amount of work she put in. I tried. I failed, but I tried. I tried to have multiple conversations with Ray. When I realized she wasn't going to have a conversation with Ray, yeah, I banned her from the server because there's no reason to have toxicity in that server. Period. And also, to be blunt, when relationships end, they're supposed to end. It's not supposed to be, let's fuck everybody over.
Right.
And to be blunt, we've never tried to fuck over a single one of our partners. We've only tried to respond when we were accused of bullshit. And if you've been around as long as you have, you know that. You know that even though we dealt with theft and lies and everything else from Gypsy, we did not negatively speak to her or about her until she posted shit on social media. When she did, we responded once. And then when people called her on her lies, She kept dragging it out, and then it all just went away, ironically. Now, the other thing I didn't get to say earlier, by the way, was that during the time she was down in back home, whatever, she kept bragging about how she had this record deal. That somebody was going to make her famous and she was going to be a recording artist. And she already had these songs pre-sold and everything else. She was really pumped about it. Shortly after that's when the theft happened. Now, I can't say that the theft happened to support her music career to help out somebody else, but it just seems fishy. And again, I'm sorry, but if you go through all this other shit that was supposedly not consensual, and you just threw a fit because you got called out on your bullshit, and then a week and a half later, you're with another dude who just happens to be better looking than me. Yes, he's got a six-pack and everything else. That's great. I'm fat. Whatever. Fuck it. And you're right back to making an OnlyFans, and you're right back to posting shit, and getting choked on social media, by the way, and might I add, the wrong fucking way. Like, we literally showed that to other people, the post she made, and we're like, oh God, that hurt my throat. Just seems fishy. Okay? Again, guys, look, I'm going to sit here right now and tell you, I'm not a perfect fucking person. I am blunt, I am abrasive, and sometimes I can be an asshole. I really can be. But I don't fucking lie. I don't violate consent. And I speak openly and honestly and directly. And even now, where you guys have sat here and taken part in this fucking witch hunt, I have sat here and listened to it. I've not left. I've not hung up. I've not ended the stream. Because at the end of the day, unfortunately for me, this is a side effect of having a public appearance. And also, I'll be blunt. For any of you out there that are kinky, take note of this. Because when Nala and I were talking earlier about consent, and about protecting yourself, and about your own personal responsibility, and about making sure that you are over the top with things, understand that you still put yourself at risk. We have video proof. Anybody who subscribes to our OnlyFans can see things were consensual. And we're still getting called out on this bullshit. Imagine if we didn't have that. Imagine if we hadn't had a public platform for the last 6 months where we openly shared everything. Imagine where we would be.
I have another question here. This isn't my question. This is a question that somebody's doesn't want to ask, apparently. But I don't care to ask anybody anything. And I'm just going to shorten this down real sweet. And I'm not saying that you've done this or anything like that. But we can all agree that consent out of fear is not actual consent, correct?
Correct.
Everybody in here can agree to that? Okay.
Correct.
I have a question as well, if you don't mind.
Let me finish his question. Oh, was that the end of your question?
Yeah, that one. Because I put out a thing that said if anybody had questions they don't want to ask, since apparently, everybody,
so let me
wants
ask you this. And
information and stuff.
I don't know if anybody in this voice chat is... Oh, and by the way, for those of you who are concerned, people who try to trash me try to reach out to the St. Louis community before also. And one of the most respected members of the St. Louis community actually when I used to do events, attested to that. My ex-wife and I used to run events. There were some of the most popular events in the St. Louis community. Before the community was ruined, we had a very good reputation with the bulk of the community. Just to clarify. To go on to your question, 100%. Consent out of fear is not consent. What I want to ask you is, though, is that consensual non-consent to an outside person, what would that appear like? Panic, fear, otherwise, correct?
This is where I have to ask you. Are you asking me as somebody who's going to have to?
As a kink person and otherwise, if you were not in the know of the kink community, if you just went to Pornhub and saw a CNC video, what would you think it was?
I mean, to somebody who has no knowledge of what they're looking at, I mean, it's probably not going to look consensual.
It's not going to look great. It's not going to look great, right?
I will say, and I'm just going to kind of throw myself under the bus because I did look into some of those videos. Most of those videos tell you what you're looking at beforehand. But if you were to just pull up on the side of the road and set up this extravagant thing, and since Alice feels left out, I'm going to use Alice as an example, where you're going to pull up and just snatch her up in your truck and take her home and do whatever because, you know, that's just what you guys have set up, then, I mean, yeah, to somebody walking down the sidewalk, that's not going to look too good. They might call the cops. I mean, they might not. Some people mind their own business, but yeah, I can see where you're coming from on that.
And in the middle of that scene, acting or otherwise, she's going to look scared, fearful, panicked, right? Fair?
Yeah.
Okay. But if she was completely coherent before the scene and fine and consented to it, and completely coherent after the scene and consented to it, that's my point. So again, this is basically somebody who's kink shaming CNC. The same way they kink shamed blood chokes, which I've had first responders and medical professionals in this chat, not just that I've spoken to personally that I've had confirm it, but I've had them in the chat and on this Discord that have confirmed that the way we do a blood choke for 3 to 5 seconds is safe. Within reason. I mean, everything has risks. I'm not going to say it doesn't have a risk, but that it's not. And yet these people are the ones, and the same people who say that that's not safe are the ones who portray bondage without safety shears, without any safety measure. And bondage could lead to lost limbs, nerve damage, etc. So again, I only obtain consent when people are coherent, knowledgeable, and otherwise, and everything is negotiated beforehand. Period. Bluntly and honestly. To a fault. Alice will walk into even like case in point, guys. Case in fucking point. The girl that we just created content with that caused this whole issue, Alice wasn't really directly involved in play because she wasn't really in the mood at the time. But because she's my partner and and my alpha sub, she was involved enough to be around for consent. She was involved enough to walk in and out of the room, to offer her fucking a cookie or a cupcake or something. So, I mean, again, guys, it's not just me. It's Alice is there all the time. I always have somebody present. I always have everything communicated. I can't stress it enough. It's one of the reasons why I wanted to have this conversation with Nala. Why I wanted to have this class. Because consent is fucking important. And don't get me wrong, I'm the first, even when I sat here with Alice, and you can ask her, when that fucking video started getting shared, which by the way, sharing that video outside of where it was posted is fucking illegal. We've verified, by the way. But I even said, you know what? Yeah, if I was a random person looking at 30 seconds of this video, it looked pretty fucking bad. You as a law enforcement person, you have a body cam, or I hope you do.
Yeah, I'm required to whenever I'm on as auxiliary on the streets.
Okay, so I bet you,
courthouse.
So
at the courthouse we don't, because there's cameras like literally everywhere.
Derek
like there
Chauvin's
is no blind
thing right now is a perfect example. 9.5 minutes. He knelt on that guy's neck. Now, that's what's making him look guilty. But you know what? He could have, if they had cut it up and given 30 seconds of it, could have made fucking George Floyd look bad. You know what I'm saying? Like, again, it's if you're not in the know, yeah, and that's what they're fucking counting on. This is motivated by money and jealousy and bullshit.
I do have to ask about this video and the whole consent and public knowledge thing. Because this, and I'm going to tell everybody this for anybody who's not aware, things that are public and things that aren't public is a very touchy thing depending on what state. and the federal level of laws has a very low standard of what's considered public for that reason. But I do know that in most of the states, if you consent to being filmed in public or consent to being filmed and put on a public platform, whether it be OnlyFans, because it is considered a public platform, that then becomes public knowledge. So I'm curious.
I will tell you that per 40 states' laws, and I literally just went through this.
Okay, well, that's why I was asking where you got that from.
I did my research because I wanted to make sure that we were in the right. And I can't name all the states off the top of my head, but I can tell you right now: California, Washington, Portland, Illinois, Missouri, all of them have some kind of reference on there. Because the same thing is like, well, first of all, like Brandon said, because behind a paywall, it's not public. First of all, but those laws even apply to Snapchat because people have tried to make the case of, well, you posted on Snapchat, somebody then shared it and leaked it. You posted it publicly to Snapchat, and you're fucked. The law has finally caught up and said, no. If you shared it to Snapchat, then your intent was for it to be on Snapchat. If somebody then takes that Snapchat and shares it elsewhere, they have now violated your consent. The same thing for OnlyFans. If you post to OnlyFans with the intent of it being on OnlyFans, and then somebody records it, which, by the way, you can't download from OnlyFans. You would have to pull it up on your phone or your computer, and you'd have to record it illegally that way.
I'll be honest with you. I've never been on OnlyFans. I don't mess with it because I'm a firm believer for everybody that if I'm going to watch porn, I can watch it for free. I'm not going to pay to watch it. That's just my personal opinion. So I don't know
by the way,
nothing about it. I've never dealt with it in an employment setting.
I'm gonna make a negative comment about you, and please don't take offense. But the whole if I want to watch porn, I can get it for free thing is really super anti-woman and anti-sex worker. Just to clarify, because sex work is a job. Just to clarify. But my point is that regardless, the law is even upheld that if it's shared to Pornhub and then illegally removed and put elsewhere, that it is revenge porn. Because that's not where it was meant to be posted, so therefore you violated consent. It's not just, it used to be just a civil matter. It used to be just copyright. Now it is civil and criminal, at least in those states.
All right, I have somebody else that has another question anonymously. The room would like to know how many aftercare sessions you've done on the server. I don't know.
I haven't done any because we have people who are assigned with that task. And I've also never engaged in public play or anything of the sort on the server. So I have not engaged in aftercare. And also, I want to address this again, guys, and I'm sorry because I need to make this clear. I understand that not everybody likes impact play. Not everybody likes impact play to the level that we do. But if you literally go to FetLife, there is plenty of people who will show even heavier marks than we do. I can give you, right now, if you guys are on FetLife, do me a favor and go look up Damon Danes. DaemonDanes. If it's consensual and agreed upon, some people play heavy, period. But Ari would be the first one to tell you, too, that Ari had no pain tolerance. And when we figured, like, we tried floggers, she didn't like it. We never went further. We don't do more than somebody can handle. We don't do more than somebody. And what 4 months ago, who was there? We had another partner. Like 4 months ago, by the way, when all this shit started, they reached out to another former partner of ours, tried to get them to lie. And she went on TikTok and made a 5-part video and did her best to try to give in to these people, but even still in that moment said, it was discussed with me beforehand. Yes, I realized afterwards the level of play was a little too heavy for me, but it was discussed beforehand. I consented to it. I never safe worded. Somebody else saw it. And also, if you guys go to our TikTok, we reposted it. Our friend Luna, who I wish she could fucking come in here, but I wish she would. I honestly, actually, you have Luna's number. Will you text her? See if she's busy right now. I think she's doing her open mic night, so I don't think she can. Luna sent us a 5-part video when she heard that people were talking this shit. And by the way, Luna knows both Alice and my former primary. Luna met both. And said the same thing. Luna went in and said, everything was discussed, everything was consensual, we never gave her more than she asked for. We have had multiple people state that. And if you notice, the only people who say otherwise are ones who are motivated by money or jealousy. I will be the first one to admit if I fuck up. Like I said, guys, I literally just on this stream openly said that I essentially cheated on our partner by collaborating with that girl and not discussing it at full. I admitted to it, that I fucked up. But let me ask you a question. Does that break of communication as an error in judgment, because again, I thought it was a collaboration and whatever. I've discussed this with my partners.
I don't remember the last time I talked to her.
Does that open up?
When's the last time you talked to her?
Luna, last week actually, because I was gonna have her on the podcast, but she couldn't because of the open mic night. That kind of fuck up does not. I would call her or text her 911 and see if she answers. That kind of error does not open me up to being assaulted on other bullshit. And if you guys remember too, by the way, Ray and Gingy were some of our biggest supporters up until that happened. Gingy was the first one to speak up and be like, I'll kick somebody's ass for talking shit. We're here of our own accord. Gingy fought for us vehemently. I understand she's hurt. And also, by the way, Gingy's not coming in here talking shit. Ray did.
Oh, I just have her under a different.
So, I mean, I'm not trying to be blunt, but like,
my bad.
Seriously, look at this from the right perspective. I know somebody else had a question, by the way. I was waiting.
I think Bear does. I've got like 2 or 3 other people that's messaged me with some, I'm going to say some pretty tough questions, but I'm going to ask them because I don't mind jumping on the hand grenade.
Bear, go ahead.
And then, so Bear, you go ahead.
Just having experience working in the financial market, one of the things that was said during this, I had a question about from a financial and legal knowledge standpoint. The thing with Gypsy and her boyfriend, where you have a case open, I understand if you can't talk about specifics of the case because it's an ongoing investigation, understand that. The question that I have is the way she ascertained said monies, was it based on a card with her name on it that had not been deactivated?
You talking about Gypsy who sold when we said Gypsy sold the money?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it was. So here's the thing: it wouldn't have been deactivated because we were in a relationship with her. She was supposed to have access to that money. Now the agreement would be in a normal relationship. Like if I go buy something expensive, I talk to Alice first, or
Right. No, I understand that. I'm strict because it is an ongoing investigation or case. From my understanding at this point, the only thing that I can say coming from experience in the financial institution and markets, if someone has their name attached to anything, whether it be a debit card or actually on the account itself, prior to removal or deactivation of said item, if any monies or all monies is removed from the account, by legal standpoint, unless there is a contract signed from a legal financial standpoint, she can legally do that. I'm not saying she's right or wrong on this. I do want that made understood here.
Understand something. The reason why we brought up the theft thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was for 2 reasons. One, because of the bigger picture as far as the lack of integrity and honesty and
right. No, I
understand. Because by the way, even after the whole, I don't know how he got the card, I don't know how he got the PIN number. The police report actually states that initially when the police came, the card was back in her wallet. So if she didn't know he got the card and didn't know he got the PIN, but somehow the card was back in her wallet, just seemed a little fishy. And that the frustration came when we were frustrated about the money. We were frustrated that we had to ask her to press charges against this person she said took the money unknowingly. So she wouldn't admit that she gave him permission. She kept saying her friend stole it, and then we were just trying to hold her accountable for lying about her boyfriend and everything else, and she just kept dodging it, right? But then when we said, well, hey, because they were supposed to move into their apartment that week, like 4 or 5 days after that, I think. And I said, hey, like, that money was set aside for that apartment, and we were going to try to help with our funds to make sure that they still got the apartment, because I know they were looking forward to it, but we didn't have enough at the time. And I said, hey, we're going to have to delay, because that was, that money was for that, and it got stolen. And that became a huge matter of contention, was like, well, why can't we still do it? It's like, we just took a $2,000 fucking hit. The apartment was only $1,000. So again, no, and you're right. You know what? We tried to, well, frankly, even though we had a police report that the card was stolen according to her, and she didn't give the guy her PIN, and there was a police report on the guy, and he's on camera fucking pulling the money out, $200 at a time, right? Because he didn't do it once. It was one of those shitty gas station ATMs where we had to pull it out $200 at a time. Waited till midnight when it hit the withdrawal limit, then started taking out more. Right? And we discussed this. It ended up being almost $4,000 because of like overdraft fees and a bunch of other shit. But we filed a fraud complaint with our bank, which in most cases, if you have a theft from your bank account, they're going to go, yeah, here's your money back. Right? They refused to do it because he had the PIN. Because in their opinion, and in our opinion down the road, she gave him the card and gave him the PIN. Now, what we assume happened, that I don't know, but our assumption was she's at a party and she's on Xanax, which it says, by the way, in the police report. They needed more money for drugs. She gave him the debit card, and either he was dishonest and took more, or he was so fucking high he took whatever the fuck. That's what happened.
Right.
Now,
and I do want to make it.
Tried to scream it in here.
Right. And I do want to make it apparent here. I'm not like casting blame on anybody, because I don't know what the situation is. I'm not in it. It's not my shit. I'm just from work experience. That's the only reason I was asking said question. I just wanted the understanding, of the situation and why it is where it is at this point.
I get it. And I want to address something else too, because it was brought up by her. We're a drug-free household, period. Aside from 420, but I don't count 420 a drug. Okay. I've had partners that did the Klonopin thing and all that bullshit, and it's not healthy. We make it abundantly clear with our partners that we don't tolerate drug use past marijuana. So like anything past that, we don't tolerate. I myself have a severe chronic back issue that I've had surgery for. And I don't even take narcotics for it. I don't keep narcotics in my house. I told my doctor, I looked into medical marijuana, they wouldn't do it. They've given, now all I have in the house is anti-inflammatories and otherwise. I don't keep narcotics in my house because we're a drug-free household. I don't tolerate anything past marijuana. And I made that's been something I've made abundantly clear with my partners for the last decade. I just don't do it. I don't support it. I just don't. I don't think it's healthy. I mean, like if somebody, I know I've had some friends and partners who have done like fucking ecstasy and shit. I don't want it around me. I just don't believe in that shit. I don't want it around me. That's where I'm at. So I want to address that fact. The same reason why she wasn't doing Xanax here. Because we don't tolerate that shit. If you're not prescribed it, you ain't taking it. I'm not going to have that on my hands. So I just, again, I mean, guys, I know everybody's really heated and I get it. But like, I'm really hoping that most of you can look at this really from an analytical perspective and go, well, fuck, he's still here. He's still talking. He's openly discussing all of this. And that anything, and here's the thing is like, and Tentacorn, I want to let you speak because you pop back in. I get that heavy impact play isn't for everybody, but I mean, hell, I've had partners that say that I don't hit hard enough. And also like somebody, I think somebody mentioned in there about breaking the skin. Now, I don't particularly take part in knife play, heavy enough to do whatever. But there's plenty of people who consensually engage in knife play and cutting and all that stuff. It all boils back down to consent. And if there's a consensual agreement between two people, then it's really nobody else's fucking business. Nala, go ahead.
I'm sorry, at the moment my DMs are blowing up. I'm trying to deal with the aftermath. But before I say anything, if anybody on server needs aftercare, just know that there are staff here that we can handle that. Okay? This is excessively fucking... I'm discombobulated. Completely fucking discombobulated.
Nala, but Nala, if I can while you're here, and I want to do two things while you're here. Right? Two things. One, Nala, weren't you? I thought you were an admin. Were you just a moderator? Did they drop your role?
No, I've always been moderator.
Okay. One, I'm sorry, but if this was not, I'm going to state this. If this was not an organized attack or otherwise, there actually is a term for this. It's called organized stalking. And it's illegal. But if they were not trying to do that, you and Llama and the other mods and other administrators would not be locked out of the server right now.
See, this problem is we only have access to certain things. I can't do anything as a moderator.
Oh, I know.
So
honey, I'm not, pardon me for calling you honey, I'm sorry. I'm not upset with you. What I'm saying is that if the intentions here were pure, I would not be locked out of my own server. You would not be locked out of this server. Llama would not be locked out of this server. I frankly had a concern that this was going to happen. This is why I was trying to deal with Gingy. This is why I was upset when the server control wasn't given to me. Because you know what, guys? Here's the thing. Fine. You want to boot me from the server, and you want to say it's not my server, then why didn't you change the name? Because if that was really their thing, is well, we built this community, we did this, we're responsible, then cool, great. Change the name to whatever and take it. That's your prerogative. But you don't get to fucking badmouth me when my name's on it and I brought people in. And then now the other thing is you teach on consent. So I'd like to reiterate, oh, it is an attack on me. Blood Dragon 100% is. I want to reiterate this again. Because we had this, before all this shit happened, you and I had this discussion and you agreed. But I want to ask you again. Regardless of the kink, whether it is safe, sane, and consensual and quote-unquote normal, or whether it is edge play, involving breath play, knife play, choking, heavy impact, CNC, whatever. What is the primary purpose?
You need to have that consent. I mean, at the end of the day, like, it doesn't matter what the fuck you've done, what the fuck has been said. If that person has not given their informed consent, if they did not say themselves, yes, I consent to this, it doesn't mean anything.
And
I think
then if you have consent, and your consent is with the negotiation that play stops based on yellow and red, and that is the negotiation that you had for a CNC scene. Because the whole point of CNC is to make it consensual. I'm gonna bust you on the technicalities here, because I know where you're saying about the checking in and your mental health thing, but I need you to look at this from a kink perspective solely. Because I think some would say that in the sense of consensual non-consent specifically, you know, like the other person that was in the voice chat said about somebody who establishes some elaborate kidnapping scene because that's their kink, right? And they work out this whole thing ahead of time. Do you honestly think that two things? One, if that's the negotiated scene, is that kidnapper going to check in halfway through and make sure they're okay if that person hasn't safe worded?
I mean, no, but as a concerned person that I'm with, I'm going to check in.
But if it's part of the negotiated scene, is that person going to check in?
If they start to see someone based, they should. If they start to see the mental health of their partner starting to deteriorate, they should step in.
But that's the thing, is so to clarify, this video that we're talking about with this bag over the head that everybody's fucking freaked out about.
I haven't watched the video. I'm going to be frank. I've not watched any of the drama. I've actually only skimmed.
I want to address this. I had done content like that before twice. Okay? And I discussed specifically with her what was going to happen, how long it was going to be on there, that yes, the body might react with a little bit of panic. But that I was there, she was safe, there was another person there, she would never be at risk, that the minute she safe worded, the bag would be removed. All of that was discussed prior. And if you watch the video, I was already removing the bag before she safe worded. She's literally saying red as it's halfway off of her face. Because I already knew it was within my time frame of what I knew.
Right.
Because I've also done the research medically to go, are you going to panic if you have a plastic bag over your head? Yes, obviously. Are you going to actually suffocate or suffer any severe anything within 30 to 45 seconds? No. Like literally the whole Derek Chauvin thing is a perfect example. They're not bitching at the guy for making him absorb CO2 for a minute. They're bitching at him for doing it for 9 minutes. It's a joke. I mean, hell, it's a joke in movies because people talk about, and we've referenced it on the channel before when we've done our blood chokes, right? And people have tried to compare it to like autoerotic asphyxiation or things like that. It takes minutes for somebody to suffocate. Now, mind you, if you're some like He-Man motherfucker and you like break somebody's trachea or something, that's a different story. But otherwise, like it takes literal minutes to cause damage for anybody. It takes minutes to cause damage, it costs even longer for somebody to actually perish from that based on certain things. I mean, hell, how many of us can go underwater and hold our breath for a minute? 2 minutes, 3 minutes, right? You're literally talking that the only time that she was restricted from breathing was under a minute. That's my frustration here is that, again, we're literally talking about a consensual scene.
We're also going back in circles around the stream here where you're going back to points that you've already covered, and it's really not making any progress in discussions. And some of us have tried to speak up a few times now, and basically we've gone back to the same subjects like 3 times now.
Just because I'm watching, and I apologize for that. I'm sorry. It's just because I'm sitting here watching the general chat, and like 2 of the things that keep getting brought up are that and the marks. Which again, Nala, if somebody really likes heavy impact play and they consent to it, just because somebody else's impact tolerance is not that high, does that revoke their consent because somebody else wouldn't do it?
I'm sorry, what? I'm trying to deal with thousands of things popping up. What's going on?
If somebody engages in impact play consensually and like saw the marks on Alice, because guys, I mean, again, I can pull up marks of fucking Alice, right? Well, I can't show it on fucking Twitch because I get banned. But like, you should see the fucking marks that Alice. Actually, do you have that old picture of you on your phone? Hold on a minute. I have a picture I can show, and it's not even from me. It's from a previous partner. Sorry, but
Wait, what?
the picture you first sent me when we first started talking, when you were in front of your bathroom and you had the big leg bruise from play when you were at a party in Austin.
Oh.
Because you're fully clothed in that picture, and I didn't cause those marks. Sorry, I want to clarify that.
Where that picture is.
Well, it's one of the ones that was deleted off the fucking OnlyFans today because somebody reported it falsely for the bruises. Remember? Anyway, now my question is that I probably have it on my phone, but it's buried. If somebody consents to impact play because they like heavy impact play and they want marks, which I wish that Abigail was in here right now. I wish that Ari was fucking in here right now. I wish that, hell, even the girl that we collaborated with was in here, because even she went on her fucking OnlyFans afterward, was all proud of the marks that she received, and she didn't have quite that heavy of marks, but she had some fucking marks on her.
It was cute.
And she was really cute about it. My point I was trying to get to, Nala, was that if it's consensual between 2 people, but then you look at it and go, well, fuck, that's too dark a marks for me. Does that mean that her consent's not valid because you don't like the marks?
No, that does not mean that her consent is not valid.
And also, might I say, now, refresh my memory, how long have you been in the kink community?
11 years.
Do you do impact play?
Heavy.
What?
Heavy.
Okay, heavy. Maybe not heavy to the point that I play, but heavy, right?
Heavy.
So have you done anything as heavy as I do?
No, I don't do videos.
No, I don't mean that. I mean, have you had marks like that before?
Oh, well, I'm a darker complexion, so it doesn't really show up the same
Fair.
way. But
sorry, my bad.
I've been to the point of, quote unquote, leather butt. So
okay, thank you. This where like the skin's rough and coarse and whatever, right? But here's my point on that is that if you're doing impact play, where would you say the safest area on the body to hit is?
There is a spot on the butt. However, there's also the spot above the butt and below the butt that is a strict no-go.
Correct. And like, if you notice, none of those marks are on the kidney area at all, right?
You want to make sure that you're not getting it right at the upper part, like where the kidneys are, and you don't want to go too low on the thighs. There's too many blood vessels in thin skin.
Exactly. But inherently, if we're talking about general area of safety, butt and back of thighs are the meatiest areas and the safest areas to hit, and where they can take the most impact, correct?
Certain parts of the thigh, yes.
That's why my partners don't ever have heavy marks on their back unless it's a cane or a whip, because it's a different type of impact. I don't use wooden paddles or otherwise on shoulders or back because it's too much of a risk. And that's actually something that on one of the more recent videos I made a consent video, and I not only discussed the type of pain and everything else, but where I was going to hit and why. Because I said, these types of toys we don't use on the back because they're a safety risk. Whereas, and again, this is a generalization, but medically speaking, within reason, barring a, thank you. I'm just going to zoom in on that right there without showing the rest of you. And I want you to post this in Discord too. Barring a medical underlying issue, right? You could technically inherently use a paddle on somebody's ass for like 24 hours straight, and you're probably not going to cause permanent harm, right?
I'm sorry, what?
I said, generally speaking, and I'll get to and then I'll get to you, Kat. Generally speaking, medically, if somebody doesn't have an underlying health issue and barring anything weird, right, you could technically hit that sweet spot on the butt all day, every day for 24 hours fucking straight, as hard as you wanted, and more than likely, you're not going to cause any permanent harm.
I definitely would not recommend that.
I'm not saying recommend it. I'm just realistically speaking. You're talking. There's not an organ in the butt. There's not. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, those blood vessels, and then that can cause them to get
blood clot. I said barring that, and mind you, and the reason why I say this is because nobody's actually going to hit that for an hour, for 24 hours straight. And also, by the way, like you said, you're dark complected. Bruises show up different. Fair complected people, bruises show up different. Anemic people, bruises show up different. Like, whatever.
Chaos, I'd be careful how you word this, because suggesting, even hinting at 24 hours of smacking your ass, people in your community take your word with a lot of authority and will pick up on it.
Alex,
so,
you know. I get what you're saying, and I shouldn't have exaggerated. I was just trying to make a point. Alice, do I have your consent?
It's the same issue I had with you yesterday, remember, that you said something and had to take it back, because this community, you have a lot of people that follow.
I appreciate it. I shouldn't have. By the way, to clarify, I've never struck somebody on the ass for 24 hours straight, nor would I ever suggest that. Sorry, I was trying to overinflate the safety, and I shouldn't do that. Anyway, Alice, do I have your consent? And actually, by the way, most of that's like 8 hits of each toy, so I have that many. Do I have your consent to show this picture of you that was taken with a previous partner of Impact Play Marks?
Of course you do.
Thank you. Okay. Now, I'm going to zoom in on this picture because I want to be within TOS for Twitch. But I want to clarify that these marks were given to Alice with a previous partner prior to her and I being in a relationship with a respected member of the Austin community. And it's on the back of her thigh. That is no darker or no more intense than anything that you just saw that I've done.
You guys want me to explain to you how I did it?
Probably not, because it's probably against TOS. So just for anybody who's concerned about the impact play side of the argument, there's that. And I am going to have her post it in the Discord for if nothing else, for educational purposes.
Yeah.
Kat, you had your
Chaos, if I might. Yes. With all due respect, this stream has been going on for 4 hours. I know there is a lot of accusations and a lot of shit going on, but I think it would be best if everyone hang up, cool off their heads, and resume this at a later point, because things are not getting resolved. People are getting very triggered. I have been in aftercare after aftercare, and frankly, this needs to stop. So, forgive me for being rude.
No, you're not
but this
being rude,
needs to stop.
Before you leave, let me address that. 2 things. 1, I don't disagree with you. Actually, 3 things. 1, I don't disagree with you.
Correct.
And at this point, because it's died down, and because I think we've kind of figured out who's who here. I am going to end this, but I'm going to end this first because I want to say these 2 things. 1, I feel bad for anybody who is triggered. I really do. That being said, I'm sorry, but it's not my fault that anybody. I'll take blame for a lot of shit, guys. But people going into a Discord that's named by me to cause issues because they've not been able to cause issues anywhere else, and sharing skewed or otherwise information, that's on them. And frankly, if I'm being honest, would be a violation of those very Discord rules. 1. 2, as I've shown, I am happy to discuss with anybody, PM or otherwise, any concerns they have. I've said this before. When Gingy left, I offered that. So here's where I'm at. This Discord is going to be one of 2 things is going to happen. And I'm making this statement right now. Because if one of these 2 things doesn't happen, then other people are going to have to get dragged into court, and I really don't want to do that. But right now, this all goes back to a certain person who's already facing charges. So one of two things needs to happen. One, and I'm going to say this too because I know the Allfather has bragged about how easy it is to build a server. Great. So one of two things is going to happen. Either A, my server is going to be given back to me because it has my name on it. My permissions will be restored. Whatever, our server, the kinky fuck, the Beast in the Bell server that has my and my partner's name on it. Our access will be properly restored and ownership given, and anybody who has an issue with us will be removed. And when I say an issue, I don't mean just somebody has a question, but I mean somebody who's actually trying to cause a fucking problem. Which, Kat, I had that discussion with you and Nala before. As moderators, I said, I don't care if somebody wants to hold me accountable, but when it comes down to lies or drama or otherwise, I will not tolerate it. So, either that's going to happen, and people who want to leave can leave, and if they want to fucking delete bots, I don't give a shit. Or, if you want to make this the fuck Beast server, then everything that I've ever posted needs to be removed. Any picture of any of my partners needs to be removed. And my name and Alice's name needs to be removed. Because right now, my TikTok is what drives traffic to it. The old TikTok was what drove traffic to it. So either all of my shit needs to be removed from it, and I'll create a new Discord server that has our people and whatever else, fuck it, and anybody who wants to come over can.
Nobody wants to come over anymore.
Oh no, we have plenty of supporters in chat who realize that this is bullshit. Or give me back access. That's it. But again, I have every right to sit here and defend myself and to deal with people that are flat out lying to ruin my name. That have threatened my son. Which, by the way, if people weren't stalking me and trying to figure shit out, how would they know about my son? Because somebody in our very own voice chat flat out said that I've never discussed my son publicly. Because I shouldn't have to, because he's 8.
He's a lovely boy.
Taking drum lessons.
He's not very good at it.
Truly not. I've had threats made against my son. I've had threats made against me. There was a morning that Alice and I received 1,000 phone calls. 1,000 phone calls and texts because our number and our address was publicly released. Which is why we're now staying in Breeze aside from when we broadcast.
Hey, Beast, we're doing this thing where we're going over everything again.
Babe, can we just get off already?
So frankly, anybody who supports this fucking witch hunt is supporting the shaming of kink and is supporting somebody who has doxed people's information and has threatened
Beast.
a minor.
I know you're very passionate about this, but I think it is time for you to go clear your head.
I'm soon, but I mean, like, literally, I'm telling you guys right now because I know you're still in contact with mods. That's where I'm at. Before tomorrow morning,
Why are you giving her what?
I just got kicked from the server.
Yeah. Because you were giving her a fucking...
I don't care. That's fine. So, guys, by the way, do not follow the link in my profile. I'm going to go ahead and change that. Just fucking wow. Wow, wow, wow. Oh, yeah. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and end the stream. For the 96 of you still watching, no, I'm I'm not okay. I'm really not. Guys, all I ever wanted to do was help make my partner successful, to live my life with passion, to take care of my people. And be an advocate for kink and education, and do what I can. And for 4.5 months, Alice and I have endured unending abuse and threats and comments. Every time that we've had a partner, we've had people reach out to them and try to talk shit. My son's been threatened. My job's been threatened. I mean, I pray that none of you ever have to deal with even a fraction of this. Because again, it's not just me. Guys, you know what? People can say whatever the fuck they want about me. I just don't care. It's bullshit. But when you go after my son, when you go after my girlfriend, when you contact the parents of our girlfriend because you want to start shit because you didn't get your way, because she called you out for your fucking lies, do you know how toxic and petty and just immature that is? And now I have to deal with the struggle of, well, so do we continue? Do we um like I don't want to let people win. I don't want to give in to the tyranny, to the terrorism, to the bullshit. But in the same sense, I don't want to continue to subject people I care about to this kind of bullshit. And I don't want, but I also don't want to abandon you guys, you know? Like Alice and I love the fact that so many of you have come to us and said that your relationship was discovered because of us. That you had the ability to speak about things that you weren't able to speak about because of us. It's why we kept doing it. So I don't want to abandon anybody. I don't want to leave you guys hanging in the same. I don't know what to fucking do. I really don't. I really don't. For those of you that are still here, Is it not going to let me paste that? Hold on a minute. Let me see if I can. I want to try to figure out how to share my general Discord name with you guys.
Click on it.
No, it won't let me, but it won't let me paste it. So I'm trying to figure out like what my. Hold on a minute, guys. I'm sorry. I'm just. Just give me a minute. I want to get this to you guys before. I have to find it first. It's the number. I have to give you guys the number or whatever too, right? There it is. Because I have to give you guys the number or whatever, right? Don't you guys need the number too? I'm sorry. Just give me a minute. Let me figure this out.
Where's the X, honey? You go down to the bottom. Click.
I'm clicking on it. Just says copied.
Don't click on that. Click on the actual like the box itself. On the actual.
No.
Usually it opens it for me.
User settings, server boost, appearance, profile. No, because that won't say it either.
I don't know how to help you then. I'm sorry.
I don't care if there's a lurker. I mean, everybody. I mean, it's what are they gonna do? Send me a DM? Darn, whatever. Like they've already done their due diligence here. I mean, guys, thank you, Undead Wolf. I appreciate it. Urban Beardsman Chaos 8 3021. Urban Beardsman Chaos 8 3021 on Discord. If you guys can send me if you guys want to send me a friend request, I will accept all of them, and I will let you know when the new server is active. I'm going to hang out here for a minute so you guys can send the friend request because I'm not going to keep this stream up. Like I'm not going to leave it up on YouTube or otherwise. I'm not going to do that. I'm just fucking not. But T-Wins, can you message me, by the way? Because I apologize. I don't want you to reveal who you are I don't want to reveal who you are in chat, but I don't recognize the username in Discord. I'm sorry, honey. I feel bad. I don't recognize the username. T-Lens, if you're on Discord, you can just add me on the Urban Beersman Chaos 8 one.
T-Lens?
Alice, what's your Discord? Because if you don't mind.
Why?
Huh? I can see you, Ice Dragon. Well, because some people want to be able to talk to you too. That's all. Somebody said check your whisper, honey. I mean, to be blunt, guys, here's the cold hard truth about it.
0263.
Well, if you want to share it, you can. But here's the cold hard truth. Thank you, Hades. We talked while in Florida, offered to buy the drink. I don't know. That's fine. I'm sorry. I'm so out of the gut right now, guys. Like, I'm gonna make this. abundantly clear for those of you who don't know.
Did we teach a random stranger about?
No, I think it might have been. Oh, no. I do know who that is. We were down in Florida and she messaged me. And I said we were down in Florida and we were currently busy with Abigail and everything. We were kind of like, and she said when we got back, she'd like to take us out for a drink. You're local, aren't you? T. Lynn's? Now I'm so sorry that I didn't recognize the username. Baby girl Abby, it might be because there shouldn't be a space in it. Anyway, when all this shit happened with us making the mistake with that person we collaborated, it wasn't a mistake. It was a mistake on how we communicated it. I should clarify. Thank you. Or yeah, thank you. I don't know why I said thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. Saying hi.
We said, how much do you want to bet me that they've tried to do this other shit and it hasn't worked? So their goal will be to remove our support structure. Their goal will be to remove our supporters, our fans, our followers, whatever. Because our fans and our followers are the ones who have called them on this bullshit all along. And T-Lins, go ahead and text me too, by the way. Kansas City, right? You're not local. You're from Kansas City. I remember. You said you were, but you said you'd buy us a drink sometime. But yeah, we said we had a feeling that all their other bullshit had failed, and now that we were pursuing our legal right to protect ourselves, that something was going to be done to separate us from our supporters and our family. And look what has happened in the last 3 days. Ari's family was contacted, and she was outed. People came into our Discord under false pretenses after being banned. And Husky, just drop me a DM after the stream's done. And then locked us out of our own server. I'm accepting them as they're coming through, guys. I appreciate it. I've got screenshots of them contacting every partner along the way, trying to do this. And they finally fucking succeeded. Not in proving anything. Not in actually doing anything. Just because they didn't get their way. This is what they did. You know? And it's just really fucking disgusting. That out of jealousy because our account was bigger, because we made more money, or whatever reason,
She could have just done it because she didn't like the shape of the fucking food.
I mean, I'm just, oh, fuck. Alice and I have a lot of phone calls to make tomorrow. Because rest assured, what was done tonight was illegal. And we're just, because I just didn't delete it. I should have, but I didn't think about it. Like, but here's the thing again. Oh, we're on a dating site. Oh no, like. Yeah, Hannibal, sorry. Sorry you were trying to step in for Outriders, buddy. I would have loved to have played fucking Outriders instead of this.
Should have started playing anyway.
I don't know that I could game now if I tried. No, now they called red on Discord. That's cute. Somebody called red on Discord, tried to stop the chat, but that's after we got, that's after we were removed from our own Discord. A Discord with our name on it, by the way. Funny how that fucking works.
No, Beast in the Bells LLC.
Just wow. Guys, I just thank you for adding me, everybody.
How do we get something back that we don't have access to?
I don't know. Like, guys, I said, you know what? Take me off the fucking server then. But just as somebody just ended up telling me if they removed my name from it. I don't care.
It's like, why did you have to give them an ultimatum? Like, the moment you started.
Because, baby, they were going to fucking do it anyway. You know goddamn well they were. I just want my name off it.
They wanted.
I just want my fucking name off it. Like, you know what? Call it fucking, I don't care. Fuck Elliot. I don't give a shit. But don't call it Beast in the Bells. Because that's...
I technically own Beast in the Bells.
Yeah, not only do we own the... Well, that's a copyright thing, and fuck it, whatever. But, like... No, I'm sure my name is still on it. But... I just, like... I mean, just... If you don't want to be there under false pretenses, take my fucking name off it. That's all I would ask.
It's alright. They're the Stegosaurus of dinosaurs.
So for those of you who are still here, by the way, it's the biggest stream we've had in a while. 106 fucking people. Good God, if everybody fucking subscribed right now, it'd make my fucking night. Can we have a hype train? Would that be? Oh God. I would sell my soul for a fucking hype train right now. Oh, they just kicked somebody else. Yeah, they're kicking all the fucking supporters. That's what they're doing.
What are they doing?
They just kicked Jagged Edge from the server. They're kicking all the supporters. I was kind of joking, Nerds, but thank you.
Aw.
I appreciate it. Deer Hunter just got blocked. They're smoking everybody from the server. In the chat, they're telling me. Everybody who's still here supporting us, they're just fucking... Everybody's just giving baby. Thank you, baby girl Abby.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. This is why we can't quit.
We love you, man. Make me be mean to you.
God, I really just want to drink a fucking bunch of whiskey right now.
Oh, there is whiskey.
Oh. I'm sorry, guys.
Golly, baby, stop being such a jigger.
Is it stupid that all these people doing these subscriptions?
Penis!
Penis. Penis! Is it stupid that all these people doing the subscriptions right now is like just making this suck slightly less?
Hey, do you want to log in to the Discord?
Are you making a new one already?
Just wondering.
We're gonna need some mods, I guess.
Well, that person right there, this person. Like,
Oh, they're gonna help. Okay. I you know what's funny? I want Llama to come over. Llama was trying to help. And even I mean, God forbid, even fucking even Tentacorn was trying to help. Like, I don't think that they were. Thanks for all the gift subs, guys. Honestly, I really can't tell you how much it means. Hold on, guys, before I forget. I just pulled up on Discord link. Give me one, guys. Give me. I'm not gonna go anywhere in just for a second. Because you guys are. Just give me a second. I am gonna grab a cigar and give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I'm not going anywhere. Just keep going. I'm not going anywhere.
God! No! God, please, no! 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 No!
Love that I came back to a Rickroll. And I love that you guys are all still here. Okay. I also decided not to drink because I don't think that's a good decision right now.
Rickroll scared a lot of people.
On a side note, I will say that props to Amazon for a humidifier that's doing a great job. Give me 1 second. I don't even know what this whole lighthouse is fire.
Just here.
I think, guys, I'm seeing all the Discord messages. Trust me, I promise you I'll get back to all of them.
Can't even cry anymore.
I'm literally shaking. I am literally just shaking. Like, for anybody who had any disillusion about what their purposes were, look at how many people got blocked the minute you guys ask questions. Anybody who asks questions, here you go. All sweet stickers are free. 3, 2, 1, go! Guys, honestly, maybe it's stupid that a bunch of cheers and sound effects and stickers and subscriptions makes me feel better, but god damn it, it does. Or the fact that, you know, I'm gonna put you on blast a little bit, in a positive way, but that our friend from KC who offered to buy us a drink literally just like said, if I'm invited, fuck it, I'll drive the 4 hours right now. I mean, like, come on, guys. I hope there's more. You guys can have my soul right now. You pretty much, I mean, my I said I'd sell my soul for a hype train. Fucking Crowley's gonna come collect it.
Crowley.
That's top said Alice says I'm smoking a cigar in the house without the windows open and she's not even bitching. Honestly, guys, I don't know what I'm doing to do with the rest of the night. I'm so... Alice was trying to send me an invite to,
I'd love to go home to Austin. Go for a hike. Go to the dog park with my dog. Go to one of the cool little coffee shop bars and just chill.
send me an invite to the new server, baby, and I'll, you know.
I don't have he just gave you the login.
What?
You want me to log in? You want me to have the login?
Yes, I want you to have the login.
Really? So what should we log out?
God, all of you guys messaging me like it's amazing. I feel I farted out a condom earlier. I just feel I feel really fucking stupid. You know? Like I don't know if it's like an Icarus thing because we blew up so fast and I like I feel I mean I guess it's my own fault, you know. I was the one who I was the one who I was the one who put myself out here in a public nature and I'm the one who chose to be polyamorous and I just
Oh, there it is. Oh.
and like I just it's I'm not guys, I'm not trying to throw a pity party. Like I'm sure it sounds really fucking pathetic right now, and I'm sorry. I just like how is do you know why I feel stupid? More than anything is because like I'm the person who has always been the first to defend my friends if some fucking guy fucked with them. You know, when Melon told us what fucking happened with her ex, and I'm gonna fucking talk about her because whatever, I got put on blast in her. So when Melon talked about her, what he did, I was the first one trying to fucking help. Abigail went up there and fucking like flew up there like literally the next fucking day. When we thought Victoria was in trouble before we realized that she was fucking full of shit and a plant and toxic as fuck, we were all lining up to help her. I spent a year of my life prior to Alice, well, half a year of my life, with somebody who I thought loved me and gave a shit about me, whose only goal was to use me for everything she could before she couldn't get any more, and then when she couldn't get any more, she wanted to fucking get vengeance for getting less. This is 3 years of my fucking life now, almost. And out of all the people that I've invited into my home, into my heart, or otherwise, one fucking person, not to diminish what Alice is, because Alice is every day proves to me how fucking amazing she is.
Even though I tell you I hate you.
Yeah. And we fight, all couples do, but what I mean, like at the end of the day, I know she's got my back. But out of how many others, I just like, are we both just crazy? I don't. And like, whatever happened to personal accountability and being mature and And as far as the relationship goes right now, like, I mean, Gingy and Ray were already obviously gone. Ari still cares about us, but obviously had to pull away because of her fucking because of what people did to her family now. And Abigail, I don't know. To be honest, I don't really want to speak for her. I know she was upset about the thing we discussed. And I know that the stress of all this bullshit with them has played holy hell on her. And I know she's got enough shit going on with her family. I honest to God, I don't even know if she knows right now what happened. I don't know if her or Ari do, because I God forbid, I would like to have thought that I would like to think that if Ari had seen this bullshit, she would have hopped in.
I honestly don't even want to say anything to her, because I'm sitting here with the thought in my head that she doesn't know anything, and I don't.
I mean, this is what you do when, like, if they were legit about... No, Ari's not in here, I don't think. And Abigail's not... Baby girl Abby is not Abigail. Those are just to clarify. God, guys, the DMs. I love all of you. I really do.
Being honest.
I mean, I don't know if Abigail... I don't know if we will be able to reconcile with Abigail or not. I can't imagine that this drama with these people is going to help. I hope we can. But one thing I will say about Abigail, I mean, she's always been honest and truthful, and quite frankly, I just think that I don't think she would stand for this, if I'm being honest. But
I just hope that if we go on about our lives and live, be happy, maybe that'll show something.
I mean, frankly, right now, I'm really considering just going into TikTok, pulling all of our stuff, making it private.
No, we can't do that. Drink some water. I can hear your mouth. Drink some water.
Cigar is not really being friendly, right? Will you take this and dump this on the fucking turlet, please?
I'm not dumping that in the.
Well, dump it, then just do what you can with it, please. I mean, like, part of me thinks I should log off, and then part of me is like, holy shit, there's still 100 fucking people here. Like, it's hard to log off when you're all still here. You know? Even if half of the people here are here to watch the train wreck that is my crying fucking ass, there's still 100 people. There's still 50 other ones that are not. You know? I probably will not get it tonight.
Just gonna go to bed.
I'm not gonna be able to fucking sleep. I can tell you that right now.
Well, I kind of have no choice. So.
No, I know you have to, because it'll be your. I mean, again. Like, by the way, like, I mean, for fuck's sake, they criticized Alice to her face for the fact that she was scuba certified. I just, oh man, just shocks me. I think.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Guys, I don't know what to do. I mean, like, I gotta figure out how to. I gotta figure out how to deal with a lot of this, honestly. I really. Part of me, I just really don't know what to do, honestly. Oh, that's awesome because
More bad stuff.
no, this is actually a really positive one.
More bad stuff.
More
bad stuff. More bad stuff. More bad stuff.
No, this is the person that just the one who we played with recently was saying too that like they had our back and support and everything. So
none of this is ever going away. You know that, right? As long as we are online, none of this is ever going away.
and that's the worst part about it. That's the hardest thing, guys, is because I mean
Follow me around.
we've been dealing with this for 4 months and it's not gotten any better. I mean, we've even gotten the police involved and it's still not gotten any better, and we just don't. Because we try to show them the contrary, and then more people talk shit, and then we try to show them that otherwise. And we're like, well, it's not everybody. It's I just, All right. I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream and try to respond to you guys via PM. I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for the sound effects and the subscriptions and everything. I really appreciate it. Thank you, all of you, for your loyalty and your love and your support. Yeah, honest to God. No Outriders tonight. Probably tomorrow. But sincerely, thank you, all of you, for everything. I really appreciate it. And yeah. Again, feel free to add me on Discord. We're going to try to make a new one. And we'll talk to you guys soon. Okay? Thank you very much. Sincerely.
God! No! God, please, no! 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 No!
Love that I came back to a Rickroll. And I love that you guys are all still here. Okay. I also decided not to drink because I don't think that's a good decision right now.
Rickroll scared a lot of people.
On a side note, I will say that props to Amazon for a humidifier that's doing a great job. Give me 1 second. I don't know what this whole lighthouse is fire.
Does your
I think, guys, I'm seeing all the Discord messages. Trust me, I promise you I'll get back to all of them.
can't even cry anymore.
I'm literally shaking. I am literally just shaking. Like, for anybody who had any disillusion about what their purposes were, look at how many people got blocked the minute you guys ask questions. Anybody who asked questions are good to go. All stream stickers are free.
3, 2, 1, go! Guys, honestly, maybe it's stupid that a bunch of cheers and sound effects and stickers and subscriptions makes me feel better, but god damn it, it does. Or the fact that, you know, I'm gonna put you on blast a little bit, in a positive way, but that our friend from KC who offered to buy us a drink literally just like said, if I'm invited, fuck it, I'll drive the 4 hours right now. I mean, like, come on, guys. I hope there's more. You guys can have my soul right now. You pretty much, I mean, my I said I'd sell my soul for a hype train. Fucking Crowley's gonna come collect it.
Fucking Crowley.
I top said Alice says I'm smoking a cigar in the house without the windows open, and she's not even bitching. Honestly, guys, I don't know what I'm doing to do with the rest of the night. I'm so. Alice is trying to send me an invite to.
I'd love to go home to Austin. Go for a hike. Go to the dog park with my dog. Go to one of the cool little coffee shop bars and just chill.
Send me an invite to the new server, baby, and I'll, you know.
I don't have the. He just gave you the login.
What?
You want me to log in? You want me to have the login?
Yes, I want you to have the login.
Really? So what should we log out? I'm afraid.
God, all of you guys messaging me like it's amazing. I feel I farted out a condom earlier. I just feel I feel really fucking stupid. You know? Like I don't know if it's like an Icarus thing because we blew up so fast and like I feel I mean, I guess it's my own fault, you know. I was the one who I was the one who I was the one who put myself out here in a public nature, and I'm the one who chose to be polyamorous, and I just
Oh, there it is. Oh.
and like I just
Why am I so
and I'm not, guys, I'm not trying to throw a pity party. Like I'm sure it sounds really fucking pathetic right now, and I'm sorry. I just like how is do you know why I feel stupid? Is more than anything is because like I'm the person who has always been the first to defend my friends if some fucking guy fucked with them. You know? When Melon told us what fucking happened with her ex, and I'm gonna fucking talk about her because whatever, I got put on blast in her, sir. When Melon talked about her, what he did, I was the first one trying to fucking help. Abigail went up there and fucking like flew up there like literally the next fucking day. When we thought Victoria was in trouble before we realized that she was fucking full of shit and a plant and toxic as fuck, we were all lining up to help her. I spent a year of my life prior to Alice, well, half a year of my life, with somebody who I thought loved me and gave a shit about me, whose only goal was to use me for everything she could before she couldn't get any more, and then